Good morning. It is June 26th. We're in the Roseburg Public Library. It's 8:30 in the morning and the quarterly Marine Board meeting is called to order. Before we get started on the agenda, I have two announcements I'd like to make. First off, I'd like to thank Brian, Randy, Eddie, and the rest of their team for another great Marine Law Academy over 2 weeks at Madison Village Chinook. It's really great to talk to our law enforcement folks, hear their ideas and their priorities for the upcoming year. I'd also like to take a moment to honor and remember Withy, whose last meeting is today. Craig has been on the board for about 8 years, and I've really appreciated his ideas, his engineering perspective, and his focus on using waterway access funds for activities to support our veterans. He's been a mentor to me, and on behalf of the voters of Oregon, OSMB staff, and the current board, thank you for your service.
Thank you. I say a few words now.
You may.
I want to say thanks and express my gratitude to all the staff. I have deep respect for everything you do and how you do it. It's been a wonderful journey, primarily because of what you do. So thank you. I think public service is a great calling, and you guys have met that calling. So I want to say thank you. I want to take the time to acknowledge a couple people. First, Jennifer Cooper, thank you for everything you do. The organization that you provide to the board is tremendous. The support you've given me and you keep me on the straight and narrow. I can't thank you enough, so thank you very much. And then to Director Warren, thank you for your leadership. Especially like how you broaden the scope and breadth of the board to include more of the community out there and take on the non-traditional type of voting that we see today. The board has really grown under your leadership, and I appreciate that. I want to encourage the board in the future to consider the impact of what you do on seniors, veterans, and the disabled. Oftentimes they're not on the forefront of an issue, and you have to look beyond the people that are making the noise to see them there. Almost every decision the board makes impacts those groups of people, and they need to be part of the voting community. I think the biggest regret I had on the board was not being able to accommodate an organization called Wake for Warriors. This is an organization that provided wake surfing to wounded veterans. And when we restricted wake surfing on the lower Willamette, we put them off the water. And I really regret that not being able to find an accommodation for them. That's a very worthwhile effort. They were trying to rehabilitate vets who had amputation or otherwise wounded in combat. And the vet on the Santee Anne who operated the spinning jet boat, he found something to contribute to the community. And I felt there was a need to try to accommodate it regardless of how destructive the juvenile behavior of a lot of many jet boaters. So I think we need to find a place somehow, some way to accommodate people who are using the river waterways the right way. So I ask that you take a look and make sure you try to do the best you can to accommodate seniors and vets. And I think the best thing we can do as board members is find replacements. Lead the board. The growth of any organization requires new perspectives and new ideas. I think the members coming on are by that. So I'm very excited about the future of the board. I think two individuals that you're bringing on are going to take the board in a whole new direction and build on what we've already started. It's going to expand way beyond the traditional type of voting we've seen in the past and really provide better support to the entire voting community in Oregon. So I think everybody should be excited about it. And I want to say thank you to my fellow board members and for putting up with me for these years. We have always agreed, and I think that's healthy. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Craig. You want to say something?
Sure. So Craig, I was thinking about what to say, and it's all gonna be nice, so don't worry, you know. Yeah. I actually think about before you ever even started and we knew you were coming on, we had some internal discussions, and one of the questions was how is this guy gonna be able to participate in our tours? And it's sort of like, that's exactly the point, right? If we can't get a board member on a planned tour, how does somebody else do this on their own without a plan and a support team around them to do that? And so I think that it's been great how you've pushed, because we so often focus on people even with obvious disabilities and permanent disabilities that we forget that there's a lot of people that show up to boat ramps that it's not obvious, or, you know, they're a short-term disability, something that happens in their life. And so when we make it better for people, it's better for everybody. So I've appreciated that you brought that piece for sure. When I think about a well-functioning board, I think not an easy board, but a well-functioning board. It's one that asks questions, makes staff think, pushes back respectfully like we always do at this board. And I think you've been a big piece of that, which has been helpful. I think the worst thing that we could ever do is become a board where staff brings stuff and you all are disinterested and don't engage and ask questions and make us think. And I'm not suggesting that's always easy on either side, but it's good and it has a better outcome because of that. So you've improved our outcomes by your willingness to ask those questions. And then out of the things that I'd call out was somewhere in there in those asking questions and some folks wondering, you know, boy, where are we at with staff and Craig's relationship? People missed maybe that the coin piece that the board has where you can acknowledge staff for their good work really came from a push from Craig way back when Craig used to ask me all the time, how do we board members acknowledge staff? We started out telling him, you stay out of that business. You let us do that. And then he kept pushing and asking and pushing and asking. And out of that came what's been a very well received formal way for the board to recognize staff, and staff appreciate that. You all might forget sometimes that you're important and people pay attention, staff pay attention, and recognition from the board means a lot. They all work hard. So I appreciate what you brought to the board.
Thank you.
As mentioned, I haven't had a lot of opportunity to work with you, Greg, and kind of on board here for a little over a year now. I appreciate your viewpoint on these tough discussions we've had. We've had some pretty tough discussions, you know, that kind of were found to break out of my home base and Southern Oregon. And your critical thinking, your viewpoints on these and discussion that you helped facilitate, I think has helped us considerably, and I really appreciate your point of view on things that help shape my point of view as well. So thank you for being that critical thinker. Thank you for putting a lot of thought and dedication into the service as a board member. I wish I had a little more time to work with you as a co-board member.
Thank you. Thank you. As I said, the board has a bright future, and I think you'll enjoy working with the new members.
I'm really excited about that, but I'm also sad to see you go.
I'm still out there somewhere.
I will, and I hope we can stay in touch.
I think if it's okay, I think Janine wanted to say something maybe too.
Yeah. So Craig, it has been a journey. You have pushed some issues, and I will say, as a state, we are doing some cutting edge things from an access perspective across the nation. We're going to be going on this new journey in partnership with Travel Oregon and some accessibility advocates to develop some design guidelines for non-motorized access. It's going to take some time, but we are engaging communities, and we're going to make something that's nowhere existence in the entire US. So I'm excited about this. I'm hoping that along the way, you're going to give us comments and ideas and feedback on it as well. But it really comes from you bringing those questions up and asking, and not just looking at ADA as a compliance piece, but I'm really trying to remove those barriers. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, thanks for all the accolades, but really it's you guys that make it happen in the end. So I can't say enough about what you do. And I think the state is much better off for what this organization has accomplished over the years. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. The first one is the April 24th full board meeting. Jennifer, thank you for your great meeting notes as always. Is there any discussion, questions, or motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the April 24th minutes? Aye.
Sorry.
Okay, the meeting, April 24th meeting notes are approved. Then we have the special meeting for May 15th. And I do apologize for having extreme technical challenges that morning. Jennifer, again, thanks for getting those notes out very quickly to everybody. Any questions or comments on those notes?
No.
A motion to approve them?
Make a motion to approve the May 15th minutes as presented.
I second the motion.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of approving the May 15th minutes, say aye.
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 Okay, those meeting minutes are approved. I do not believe we have any public comment for today. So we're on to the regular agenda items. First off, Director's Agency.
Chair Jackson, members of the board, a few things I just want to note, and then of course take any questions. Legislative session is in the final 4 days and everything's frantic, but we are in a really good position as an agency. Our agency budget has been signed by the governor. Just as a reminder, it continued our current service level. It added a registration person, which we needed after a lot of process improvement to just make sure we continue to deliver services up there. And then our guide and outfitter bill has also been signed by the governor. So that's going to make some, good changes. It's going to get us in compliance with interstate commerce laws, and it's going to get us in a position where we can, get that program viable into the future. The other big one, Representative Helm had a bill and a cadre of other supporters. Representative Helm was the chief sponsor on that to expand. He was really looking for additional funding for AIS. But to get there, it takes away the 10-foot restriction on the waterway access permit, other than some whitewater kayaking situations, and raises some of our fees a few dollars to continue to add more money to AIS. The upshot is it'll also add money to the waterway access permit. One challenge just to note for the board is because this wasn't our bill and we weren't promoting it, we haven't in the process been able to do any marketing around this, education, and getting out ahead of it. We recognize that's a challenge. So we have a plan for a plan. I think we're meeting in a few weeks as a team, and we've roughed out sort of a high level project to do outreach, education, start identifying the system things that we need fixed, and be ready to go in January for that implementation. And it'll be bumpy. Right now, people probably aren't as in tune, but as we start to roll it out, and people find out everybody needs their waterway access permit now, we'll get some pushback, but we'll be ready for that with communication and outreach. So, and then finally, they're in the final hours of what appears to be working on a transportation package. I'm not a betting man, so I'm not going to bet on where that thing lands. I think this morning we submitted a fiscal impact for a -28 amendment, and if it holds and the fuel tax goes up, that could mean some extra money for us down the road, because we do get fuel tax money for boats. But I just, at this point, I think until the governor signs a transportation package bill, I'm not ready to talk too much about what that will look like. Give just a real brief update. As you all know, we had to have an impromptu board meeting to deal with the RBS grant and the federal grant terms. Staff's done an excellent job implementing that. Brian's been talking to all sorts of people. On the lawsuit side, I won't go into too much detail because we are in a lawsuit, but it is trudging along at the pace the lawsuits trudge along at. We got actually a revised schedule last night from an attorney, or yesterday.
Okay, let me just make sure we can hear.
Need any of us to make noise? Can you hear me?
Okay,
now?
we're good.
All right, we are back and apparently our sound is now functioning again. Any questions for Director Warren on his presentation?
I guess I just want to mention, you mentioned that this legislative session, that's good, the agency. Legislative session goes really for agencies that are well run and have their stuff together. They don't typically go to, from what I've seen in that, those other agencies. So I want to compliment you, you particularly Larry, and all the staff, Janine and Alan, everybody who's worked really hard in this agency to keep it well running and smooth. I think some legislators don't understand. That's a reflection of leadership here in the agency. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Couple questions on the board report, if you don't mind. I'm just curious, you mentioned the law enforcement contracts. And it's got to the federal terms and conditions. Well, have we heard back from law enforcement agencies? Are folks taking it pretty well? Are we headed in the good place with that this summer?
Member Lambert, it's a bit across the board, and I think what we're finding is what we knew was or expected, which each one's kind of different, right? Some counties have come out and said, we're just going to fill in the gap and keep doing what we've been doing. Others, we've had, you know, a county that said, boy, this is just, we just can't continue under this, so we're done. And others have said, hey, help us think about some ways that we can keep some things going. So Brian and his team would really be giving individual attention to each county to try to help them problem solve their specific solution. And I think they appreciate that. So it's just, you know, again, we're hearing a various piece, but I think that the ones that have reached out have found out, you know, we're here to really truly try to help problem solve and think about how to keep their programs viable. So I think from that perspective, it's good.
Second question, just to be highlighted things with the board. Second question, maybe it's better directed towards me, but it's in regards to planning and the water releases from the Keno Dam. Are you going to get into that in some of these grant reports? Or we can just have a little bit more of an in-depth discussion on that?
Yeah, so I included it as part of the general report, so you can see that. We can talk about it underneath the climate update as well. There are, no surprise, there's a lot of moving state and federal agencies involved in various parts of the plan. So it's going to be reference. You want to talk about it now or under item B?
Why don't we hold it off? And if there's any other things to the director's report, then we can do all things climate, not grants. And item B.
Okay.
Anything else?
Remember,
Remember, you have anything?
Yeah, a couple things. On the Marine Enforcement Academy, the Madras, it was a great training session this year, and I like the new format that you expressed here. If your camaraderie and esprit de corps was very great in the whole unit. People worked very well together. Really a highlight of the academy was the Marine officers brought Eddie Persetti into the brotherhood by presenting him with a badge. Now, Eddie was a little put off there with the plastic badge, but he still was very honored that he's going to work hard to finally earn his pin badge eventually.
All right.
Now, I really encourage board members to get on the water with their marine enforcement partners whenever they can. It's very eye-opening to be out on the water with them and see what they do and how they're engaged. They're truly our partner that we have, and that is essential to everything we do. And if you don't know details of an issue, and you haven't been on the waterway that you're trying to address, they're a great resource for you. They're very objective. They don't have a bias one way or the other. They'll give you information that's invaluable. So when you got an issue coming up on the Select River, if you haven't been on the river and you don't really understand it, and I really encourage you to take the opportunity to take a ride with a marine officer. He's volunteered to take anybody upriver who wants to go. So that's a great resource you have, and it helps you make a very informed decision. I really encourage you to do that. And to me, the Marine Academy out here is essential to what Brian is trying to do with it is a program. And it really allows you to make connections with those folks. And I can't say enough about it. Secondly, I'd like to speak a little bit about the BSA program. I think this is a wonderful program. I have often wondered how we can, as a board, make more connection with the public. And not only put us in a better light, but help educate the public what we do and what they need to do to be safe on the water. So the folks we have now serving as BSAs, I think it's wonderful. They're truly public servants. They're not getting paid a lot, and they're investing a lot of time and effort into the program. So I can't say enough about it. One thing I am wondering is how we can better advertise the program to the public so they know we're out there, they know what we're doing, and they're receptive of what we're doing. So I would encourage the board to look at ways how we advertise that and how we get more knowledge out there, and how we expand the program. These folks are going to areas they've never been in before, and I want them to be well received when they arrive. I know some places in Eastern Oregon, for example, they're not very receptive to anybody from the government. These people are truly there to help. And I think we need to make sure that they have a good reception when they're out there in the field. So I think we need to look at ways to open that door for them. So that's all I have.
Thank you. I want to second what Member Wiki was saying about his whole comment about the law enforcement training, the law enforcement officers. And encourage board members, current and future, to get to know their local water law enforcement folks, but also the folks on waters that are interested, that were like mentioned, sluts, and don't offer to take a different boat down the sluts or up the sluts to actually see what it is we're talking about. I also second the comments about the BSA program because I see just how successful they were in 2024, and I'm anticipating building on that success for 2025, especially under their new leadership, and really want to figure out how we can make that program grow, because I think it's a really great tool in getting running safety education out there. That's all I have. So let's move on to item B, the Klamath.
All right, so for the record, I'm Janine Millett, the Facility Program Manager and Agency Tribal Liaison. The Klamath Project, this has been ongoing for well over a decade in various forms. Last year, the dams were removed, the river is flowing, and the board had provided some grant funding to help renovate an existing site to serve the current river conditions, and then as well as help with a brand new site to replace the previous topsy site in the river, or it was in the reservoir. Lots of moving pieces still. The anticipated completion of Moonshine Falls as well as Pioneer Park West are anticipated to be done by August 1st. The Klamath River Renewal Corporation, KRC, anticipate maybe done slightly ahead of schedule, but it's going well. Pioneer Park West is open to the public. Moonshine Falls is still closed. And lots of discussions. I have been working a lot with the American Tidewater Association on everything from some messaging to sharing information with them. They anticipate hearing back on a grant they applied for from the BLM Foundation to fund the signage and kiosks and interpretive stuff on the BLM owned properties. And then our partnership on it would be to replicate those same messaging for some consistency throughout the area on the non-BLM of the area. So that would be at Moonshine Falls, Pioneer Park West, as well as at the permitted Keno Dam site. And that way anyone entering the water on the Oregon side will see, here's a map, this is where you're at, here's the safety information about life jacket, hazards, scouting ahead, gauges, as well as just some of the interpretive stuff, including indigenous information and some history about the river and so it's a great partnership working with American Whitewater on this. We're excited to collaborate on it. And there are many moving pieces. When the dams are removed, the property, a lot of property transfers, some of those transfers have not been completed yet. There are also ongoing discussions between Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Bureau of Land Management about operating and falls and Pioneer Park West. So there's, I get several emails every week kind of about status updates. And then the BOR is also in the learning mode with operating the Keno Dam that wasn't previously underneath their authority. It is now. So they are working with other agencies because there's a fish ladder there, trying to figure out what kind of flows, when do you flows, the velocity of flows, whether it's opening 1 gate, 2 gates, all 4 gates to help encourage fish passage. So it's kind of this learning curve as things are happening. Last year was also a heavy water year, and that creates additional complications. But between American Whitewater, us, other parties, we have had a lot of conversations with the BLR about safety with the releases of the dam and without any kind of mentioned advance notice or warning system. The BLR seems to be very receptive to trying to do something. But like all things, we don't own, but we are constantly on these conversations, emails to make sure recreational boating doesn't get lost in some of this, the safety aspect, as well as rivers are our draw for boaters, for bank anglers, or people just wanting to connect, that human aspect stays as part of the management process. So there's a lot of information, a lot of stuff is happening. So the Klamath project, the federal piece of that project basically ended at Pioneer Park West. In discussion with all these agencies, there is a piece of this project at the Keno Dam and the Keno Reservoir that helps with the continuity of boating. So we have had discussions with the Bureau of Reclamation to make some improvements to the access road for the Keno Dam access. Putting in at the Keno Dam access and taking out a Pioneer, that is certain water flows. That is an area that drift boater anglers are really interested in, as well as it's not as intense. You're not in class 5, 4+ rapids. So improving that access does have a lower level of difficulty for people who maybe are not ready for the class 5. So we would like to do those improvements. The Bureau of Reclamation is really open to it. We're just trying to navigate the process right now. And then with the loss of our reservoir access, improving the Keno recreation area access in the reservoir also provides another type of boating activity for the folks who just do not want the very dynamic aspect of the river. So that property is a little unusual in that BOR has an easement from the top of the reservoir back to certain space. The rest of it becomes Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife with the transfer. So we're navigating multi-layers. Bureau of Land Management is very interested in partnering on that development. So a lot of moving pieces. I anticipate that the plan will be something the board will be looking at for Several bienniums as processes begin to normalize. We see what type of patterns are happening out there, as well as all of the land transfer process that goes on. So does the board have questions?
My question that I keyed into in the this for taking more detailed information was in regards to the releases from the nation. I got the picture from the language in the report that there's pretty significant changes. It's water and outflows from the dam structure that some pretty significant safety concerns. It's and as we continue to fund and develop, and go in direction, developing the second river, renewal cooperation. What are we doing? Or what are they doing as recreation site managers? And educational campaign, signage, like I understand that we're working with the Bureau of Recreation on larger strategic initiative there. What are we doing right now to prevent any concerns for the summer facilities that people?
Yeah, so American Whitewater has a newsletter to make sure that all of their members to let them know this is what's happening with flow, what's their what's going on here. We've been including information in our opportunity and access report, as well as when things are really starting to ramp up, we also take in social media. So Ashley has been amazing on getting things posted on social media. We put it on the online Oregon map, and just trying to get stuff out there in as many ways as we can to let people know, here's the gauge, here's where to look. The closest so far, the Bureau of Reclamation has been willing to tell us is it's basically a 12-hour notice on their connection. We're trying to get more, thankfully right now, we don't anticipate storms. We have a few months to get things geared up and have a better communication plan for the winter flows, because if they have another high winter and we see the cubic foot per second, the water elevation change within minutes, that is a very serious situation. And we're very fortunate that this is brand new and not a lot of people were out there. The folks that were out during these were generally very experienced outfittering guides. But I believe the public will become much more of a user come this next year. So we're trying to get some things in place so that nobody does get stuck out there.
One thing, as I was reading your update and reading some other stuff, there was an article in the San Francisco Chronicle last week, more about fish passage, but about the whole release issue on the Keno Dam as well. And all I can think of is like on freeways when they're doing construction or there's other stuff going on, and you see that sign, if lights are flashing to the AM 530, could they do some kind of small band radio?
So there are some warning systems that can be installed that have lights that have.
But I'm thinking something more like as you're driving up to the put-in, if you're planning to boat this river, turn it radio 530 and you'll get an announcement that says there are no planned dam releases today, or at 10 AM we are releasing.
Mm-hmm. There probably is something like that. It hasn't come up in discussions I've been part of, but I can definitely bring it up. Having no advance notice is significant. And when you're out there in the canyon, you have no cell coverage, you have nothing. So letting people know ahead of time is significant. We've had some discussions about what can be posted out on sites, not just on the dam. Is there a way, because most of the outfitter guides have like satellite phones or emergency connections, can we try to have a list of folks that can be given notice for being out there? There's an interest. There's a lot of parties involved and there's an interest to try to improve safety. We just haven't figured out what are all those mechanisms yet.
In the meantime, I think of, that section of the river to Foster. There was signage there for boaters on the water that says, flows, caution flows can change. Basically in a minute's notice, right? are they at least putting some of that signage out on the road and at some of these access sites that give people a heads up?
At the access sites, there is a sign, it's a large yellow triangle. It's a caution water can change. That was a push to get that. I do, these things are now still owned by Klamath Road Corporation. There's a lot of different property owners. And they know there's this bigger sign process coming. So there is something out of the access. I don't know how effective it is. I'm just grateful that right now we're not having to deal with big releases. And it gives us some buffer. It just, everything hit very quickly this spring.
So there's a lot of agencies involved, a lot of different organizations involved. What is the board's role?
I think the board's role is to support staff being part of these conversations.
What is staff's role? That's what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
You got the DOR, you got American Whitewater Association, you got other organizations. Who's in charge? Who's responsible?
So a lot of this is not in our authority. We are on these conversations really as a consideration, and I'm kind of pushy. I want to make sure that voters are not lost in these conversations, right? And there's a recognition that the public is coming. This river was predominantly used by outfitters and guides, probably 99, if not maybe 95% of the time. And now it has been promoted and encouraged for the public to come. And so our role really is to make sure voters don't get
So
forgotten.
are you responsible for posting, or is are responsible?
Yeah, so we work with the landowners. We don't have the right to go put stuff on their property. So we work with the landowners, the land owners, ODFW, whether it goes to the BLM to operate mesh, they are very receptive to having that safety messaging out there and that signage. So I don't see any issue with having that installed in the future. It's just whether or not one landowner operating party or whether the landowner, we're going to work through that. We've got a couple of months. In the event American Whitewater doesn't get a federal grant, we're still working with them on this, and we will still work with the parties to get some signage out there with those landowners.
Well, there's not a lot of trust in the federal government now. I don't know what the staffing situation is there, and I don't know how experienced they are. This is an accident waiting to happen. So I'm very concerned, and I think we need to have I think you're doing it, watch it for doing it. I'm really concerned about who does what and who's doing it to who. I don't want to get arms around that, but I think there needs to be an effort to do that anyway. Reading that report, fatalities would have happened. It was 2 weeks later that they were on the water, and that's just luck. So I think we need to stay on this, and I again really applaud you for what you're doing. I think this goes beyond the board's responsibility, but I think we're obligated to do it.
And I will say, it isn't just me. I communicate with Brian frequently about this. We're both tapping into our resources. And I can tell you before we have another winter, we're going to have signage out there, working with the federal process on the alarm process for the dams and that. I can't commit to that piece other than those conversations are happening.
This project has great visibility, national level. You have an accident down there, and it's going to be all over the news. So really need to stay on top of it.
I second what everybody says, and I applaud you, Brian, and just staff for, I don't want to say pushing yourself into these conversations, but proactively maintaining your presence in these conversations, let's say that. This is a new section of river. We don't get new sections of river in the Slippery Island. A whole new experiences. And it was done for other purposes, and recreation many times is kind of often after, not proactively before these decisions and plans are put in place. So things are changing quickly. As Member Whitney said, I think the sector of the river will only get busier really quickly over time. So having an agency present at the table during these conversations, solely thinking about implications of voters, voter safety, I think is key. So I really appreciate you going to find out involved in the conversation.
And this project, I think, is also a forerunner for a lot of other states where dam removal has been tossed around for a long time, and a successful removal of dams and implementation of reclamation and reuse of those waterways. If we do it right, it's going to give a lot more credibility to some of the other projects across the country, which are right now being fought again, probably by aspects of the federal government. So yeah, fatality in the early years on this waterway could set the whole, for lack of a better term, movement. Yeah, a long time. Kind of on a happy note, Janine's going to send out a New York Times article that was written by a fairly well-known sports writer who announced the plan and joined the youth group that is paddling from the headwaters to the ocean. And it's just a really kind of feel good story about that whole project. When we went out to that site, was it 2022? 2022, October 2022. Somebody who was helping lead the tour was talking about a group of Indigenous youth from very young to young adult who were learning how to paddle, and actually some of them have gotten certified to be high-level instructors now. And they're paddling from the headwaters down the ocean, and started, I think, 10 days ago. Something like that. So just going to send the article out.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. They portaged around the Keno Dam once we lead them now into California. So it's an exciting as people.
One more question. I know these sites are, at least it appears to be, so the grant application discussed later, managed by ODFW. And you mentioned ODFW and other sites. How do we, does the ODFW manage quite a few recreation sites in the state? I know my neck of the woods, they have one kind of small fishing pond, so just curious what the ability is.
ODFW owns a lot of land. And most of the stuff that they do manage are their wildlife management areas. They work a lot with governments, counties, mostly sometimes with cities, and even with state parks to operate land. They just don't have the staffing capacity, as well as they have some limitations. Like on the Klamath, one of the properties that ODFW will be transferred to as a campground, they don't have authority to operate a campground, so that's creating some challenges. So they will be the land owning party. The land will be transferred to them once the improvements are done from KRRC. And then they are working on an agreement with the land management to operate and maintain those sites. And the BLM has a presence already there. We have the Topsy Campground. They have Spring Island, which is a site on the Klamath River that the board toured a couple of years ago. So they already have an active presence. They're interested in doing that. It's just the way the negotiation and the settlement happened was certain lands got transferred to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and then they are looking at having the operation and management being done by a third party.
Well, I said last question, but you just made me think of another question. I guess what I'm curious about and concerned is that nobody probably has the answer right now. That was my understanding with ODFW doesn't maybe have a huge recreation staff physically managing these sites, changing garbage and cleaning restrooms, etc. You explained that they're looking to potentially switch that over to BLM. In this federal environment where we're in right now, where federal government entities are getting out of doing things, this is a situation that BLM is looking to get into more responsibility, and obviously we're everybody a little bit more in association with that. Is there any concern with BLM maybe saying, hey, sorry, the administration won't let us do this, and then who would manage and maintain these facilities? Or a backup plan?
Yeah, so all indications is that the BLM is moving forward. I haven't heard that they are now divesting themselves in the area. This seems to be something that they have support to do. In the event that that doesn't happen, we would probably open up discussions with their Klamath County. They don't have an official parks department. They have, in total, not just counting voting sites, they have either 8 or 9 parks. They don't have an official parks department. It's all operated underneath the landfill. So that would be a huge strain for them to take these on. The other possibility would be state parks. They have an active presence on the Williamson with Collier. But right now, with the proximity of Topsy and Spring Island being the only managed sites, they are the best person right now. And worst case, I think that you would operate, probably not the campground if they take a bigger lift, but they would operate as a day use activity. And they do operate a couple of voting access sites themselves. Thank you.
Everybody else? Thank you, Janine. We're going to move on to our next topic, which is also Janine's, the Maintenance Assistance Grant Program.
Yeah. So the Maintenance Assistance Grant Program started in 1985, directly in relation to capturing of marine fuel tax. That is what allowed us to grow our grant program and create a maintenance program. Over the last few years, we've noticed a steady decline of participation in large because people or facility owners and operators were charging fees, and fees were growing. Maintenance program was not growing. It was pretty much a status quo. And the value of that program was being diminished. We just couldn't keep pace with what it costs to maintain and operate sites. So after many conversations with folks, we decided to look at it and see, can we do some fee adjustments? So I provided a few years worth of information about fees, and you'll see that between this current biennium, a couple of days left of it, and the future one, there's a pretty significant change, and a lot of folks are increasing fees. Some of it is state parks have gone to $10 on some of their sites, and they are seeing some pretty significant impacts associated with people not going to a state park, but they're going to an adjacent park that's operated by a county, city, or port. And it's putting some additional wear and tear on access sites. The other one is everything has gone up in price, and we've made no changes, significant changes in funding or availability to do maintenance at sites. Thinking about the intention of the program, it really came around to help augment maintenance, to protect the voter dollar investment that we as an agency spend on grant programs, right? We're helping to develop and improve them, and we're helping maintaining, so maximizing that use. That's what the intent was. And the program, it hasn't kept pace. I will say there are still a ton of sites that are free. We're in Douglas County. Douglas County parks are free. There's other areas that have free sites, and for them as entities, that's what makes sense. But it just isn't keeping pace with what costs are. Everyone is cutting staff. They're looking at other creative ways to operate things. And so it became time for us to look at the program and how to make it relevant to protect those investments and keep voting access sites well maintained and open for as long as that season allows, right? Not to have stuff closed early in the season or only summer operation, but how to really maximize the opportunities for people to get out on the water. So the program itself looks at site amenities. We look at the types of restrooms, the type of parking. Is it paved? Is it gravel? Is it a flush restroom or balls or compost toilet? for a portable toilet? Is it multiple lanes of a boat ramp? How many linear feet of docks? Does it have a debris boom? We look at all those and we assign point values. The points equate to a dollar amount. So after having outreach meetings with folks, having some follow-up surveys, and being mindful that whatever we do with this program has a direct.
We've lost internet again. We're gonna pause.
Just give me
Sorry.
1 second.
Time out.
Internet's tricky.
It's the library.
All right, we're okay, we are back. I just noticed that board member Messett is on. If you have any questions or comments, it's really hard for me to see if you have something you want to say. So just turn your volume on and interject if you need to. Going back to Janine, we're going to talk about maintenance assistance grants. Pick it up.
All right. So as mentioned, it's been over 2 decades we've made this change in financial aid to the maintenance program. So we went through this lengthy process of discussing options with the facility owners. And there were a couple things that came up. There was a strong desire to have a non-motorized maintenance program. And that is just not feasible. Staff estimate that it's well over $2 million a biennium, and there just is not enough funding to support that. There is definitely a need, but just in current funding from the waterway access permit sales, there's not enough funding to support that. There was also a discussion about having maintenance connected to like an inflation index. State Parks has a program that is done that way. For us, that has a huge risk on the impact to our grant or our construction related grant program. And staff didn't think that made a lot of sense with having that connection. But we wanted to have some meaningful changes and ways to incentivize that access sites that are free, can remain free or very nominal price. And so we looked at a lot of different approaches, had some questions about these. We also wanted to stay close with what the original budget was of about that 2.1 to 2.2 million. So staff is proposing a few changes. These are not rule-making changes. These things are our policy and guidance. So it will not require a rulemaking, but staff would like to modify the fee structure. And as I mentioned, trying to incentivize facility owners that currently offer free or very nominal fees, an incentive to keep them that way, but also help enhance some maintenance. So you'll see that we're actually offering to give some additional funding per site At $4, that's that you're either getting extra money or you would have a reduction. And then looking at $5 on having a reduction of the amount of money you would be supporting through the maintenance. At $10, the program would not be eligible to you as a facility owner for that site. So there's that difference, and you can see what the current structure was versus what is being proposed. We also looked at site elements. Docks take a lot of maintenance effort. Boaters like to knock the bumpers off of the docks, the whale boards, logs, debris gets stuck underneath them, and it just takes a larger amount to operate and keep docks safe. Self-adjusting docks require additional effort to make sure they are lowered and they raise at the beginning of seasons when reservoirs have a big surcharge that rather than that gradual increase, all of a sudden they are raising water quickly, the docks will get bound up. So park staff have to pay attention to that and pull them up to accommodate those. Same thing, if there's a big drop, they need to come and help those docks. So we looked at having those point values for the docks be higher to help with the offset of additional maintenance on them. And then we also looked at some additional, there are about a dozen facilities across the state that routinely, every 1 to 2 years, need diving services. There are 3 cantilevered ramps, so they're essentially a bridge that is extended out over the river bottom. Those have annual dive inspections too, because they're over 20 years old. You don't want an unknown failure and have somebody plummet into a water body. So those are an annual inspection for integrity and maintenance. Divers are expensive. There's also sites that have cable connections to help keep docks in and out. Having those inspected is a pretty big thing. And like I said, it's not a lot of sites, but it's a big expense. And then cameras. We have a lot of voters want web cameras. They want to see what does the water look like, how full is the site. Should they go or should they look at someplace else? So trying to incentivize some folks to have web-based cameras. In discussions of the survey, one of the biggest barriers was the annual subscription fees. So providing some funding to encourage that, we think is a win all the way around, as well as some security cameras. When folks are doing a couple days out on our river, they feel much more comfortable leaving a vehicle if they know there's cameras in parking areas versus leaving it, and who knows if your vehicle is going to be in the same condition when you return. So trying to provide some additional funding for those amenities as well on the boating sites. So what staff is really wanting from the board is guidance and support if this is something the board is interested in doing. Taking funding and bolstering the program back to where it was a few years ago, about that 2.1 to 2.2 million. And these changes are supported as well. Any questions?
What authority does the board have to require fees to be charged by the facility?
We have none. It's up to them. They do, if they have active grants, they need to notify us. We do have a lot of conversations. I had one entity who wanted to charge $20. And we had a lot of discussion about what market rates were and justification. We get some folks who want to charge a fee. Encourage more of a parking fee, because then it's capturing everyone who's coming into that site to use the restroom, the garbage. And so we have discussions, but ultimately it is that landowners.
We have no authority to charge fees to protect the investment we're making in these locations. But we are considering the amount of fees being charged when we evaluate the grants.
Yes.
the maintenance has to be done for our investments. They'll carry fast and, you know, I don't know how we address this, but I think there needs to be better incentives for people to charge fees and take on the responsibility for maintenance. Maybe we change the weight factor for the amount of fees they charge when we consider grants. You know, I don't know how else to approach it. This comes up all the time when we look at the grant applications. And it's very inconsistent between facility owners. Some charge, as Janine says, no fees, some charge $20, parking and stuff like that. There needs to be some consistency. How do we get there? I'm not sure.
I share your concern, at least part of your concern. I don't, man, it's hard enough getting all the jurisdictions in one county to agree on something, let alone 300 cities and 36 counties in the state. I don't know if we'll ever get there. But I understand staff's preference towards incentivizing keeping fees at zero from a voter's perspective. Voters are already paying fees, have access to the site. But I do sympathize with member with these concerns in the sense that there are jurisdictions out there that will never take political heat that's associated with creating a fee or raising a fee that's needed to maintain a site to an acceptable level. So are we then giving those jurisdictions just enough to not make them make that decision, but not enough incentivization to actually maintain the site to kind of level that makes it? It's tough because as a recreation site manager, this program is important. We are one of those managers or jurisdictions that, as of January 1st of this year, are no longer part of the maintenance assistance grant program. And we held our fees at $4 to as long as we possibly could, but to not have that fee increase over 20 years. All the other increases that are on the expense side of things was no longer tenable. So we made the jump to raise it to $6. Or forecasted estimates that it would bring in a little bit more money than just funding. That said, I absolutely am in support of changes. We've all seen costs increase over 20 years. We've all seen costs really increase over the last 5 or 6 years. I agree that we can't tie it to CPI unless all of our other revenue sources were tied to CPI, and that ain't gonna happen. But some sort of what you propose here.
I have something to add.
Go for it. Member Messett.
Hey, thanks. Sorry I couldn't be there, everybody. Regarding fees, what I see often is that a lot of people don't carry cash anymore. So if there's a way we could have like a barcode that people could access that to pay easier, I think that no matter what we do, that'd be helpful.
Thank you. Hearing that this program hasn't been modified in 20 years, that really opened my eyes. Because when you look at a lot of other things, and Director Warren mentioned something about a 6-year cycle for fees and things like that, and looking at other organizations and how that works. It was really surprising to see that it's been 20 years, so definitely something needs to be done. The parking fee and the launch fee thing has always sort of rankled me a little bit, because when I see somebody drive in a Super Duty with a trailer and a towboat, and I'm there in my little Mazda with a kayak, my impact to that site is substantially less than that person's impact to the site. And yeah, we're both paying $5 to park. So some places I know do launch fees are like, they're not part of our program, but like City of Portland, it's if you have a trailer, you pay X. If you have a car, you pay substantially less than X. But I think this is a really good start to bring the program to something that fits a little bit more with modern times. I'm not sure universal, trying, as, Member Lambert said, trying to get every city and every county and every park district to have a universal parking fee or whatever. That's a dream. But it also doesn't make sense in my mind for the type of facilities that a certain agency might provide versus what this agency might provide. And again, sort of that impact and cost and value of the facility. I would pay a lot more money to go to like East Cruise and boat ramp than some others because of what is there at that site and what Metro charges to use that.
Yeah, board members, how parks departments are funded across the state is significantly different. Some have enterprise funding where they completely are on their own revenue that they collect. Other ones have a combination of their fees and some general fund. Some are general funded. It is all over the roadmap as to how parks departments are funded across the state, as well as the level of development. The majority of voting access in the state is a single lane ramp, gravel to paved parking, and a vault toilet. No other amenities there. Maybe a picnic table under a tree. Most of the time, it's a boat ramp, a small parking lot, and a vault toilet. So, also in looking at the fees, we were thinking about equity and inclusion, right? $10 to somebody is pretty significant. So having facilities that are from free to $10 provides different opportunities for people in different situations to still experience the water. So in trying to incentivize lower rates, that was really trying to help balance some of the equity of having access to the water for anybody who wants to get out there. This, I will tell you, when we look at the amount of match, so the maintenance facility providers are required to provide match of a minimum of 40%. Our program right now is, we are like at 15% when we look at how much match it takes to maintain and operate access sites. So this isn't going to fix everything, but this is going to be a significant improvement to help facility owners. I really appreciate the board's feedback on this because it is challenging when we have the city of Nissa as a single voting access site compared to a state parks that has around 29 voting access sites. So we have huge scales. You know, the city has one little site right there in their backyard, easy for crew to get to. And then you have county parks who may travel hundreds of miles. Or like Lane County, they actually have a coastal maintenance crew, a river maintenance crew, a reservoir maintenance crew because of the miles they have to travel to maintain. It is such a diverse situation when you look at voting access providers and the level of development. It is challenging, and voters want to feel that wherever they go, it is safe for them and their family.
I'm a little concerned about the concept of more fees to charge, less money you get program. It's kind of reversing, incentivizing charging fees. I'm a little concerned about that. If someone is successful in charging fees, why would they be eliminated from the program? We say if they charge more than $9, they're not in the program. We want them to charge fees to the extent they can in order to maintain this facility. This is kind of reverses that initiative.
Yeah. So remember with these, some of that comes from feedback from recreational voters. We frequently hear, we're paying to license the boat or get your permit. We're paying to get a fishing license. And now you're paying to help them maintain and they're also charging me a fee. So it's trying to be a recognition that, yes, they're charging a fee, but we're reducing the amount of money we're helping to maintain that site. It's trying to give that recognition of how much people are paying to recreate.
Well, when money's involved, you're always gonna get complaints.
The one thing that Janine touched on is how different parks departments, whether you're the city, state, or even the counties are funded. For our county, Jackson County, for the past 8 years, we see 0 property tax support. So what that enables me to do is when people say my property tax is voted, I can say, no, they don't. And we can have a conversation and educate them. The key to that, though, is we are largely a fee-based program, and there are a lot of counties in the state that are like that. The minute we put in for a grant to the Marine Board to rehab a facility, that facility starts degrading, right? If you're starting to look at long-term maintenance costs and how do you plan to maintain it through this, cleaning restrooms, doing striping, all that fun stuff. But then how do you plan to set on side for that 25% match capital project that you know is coming down the line in 15 or 20 years as well? So I think in the discussion of the maintenance assistance grant program and fees, it's important to keep in context that at least in our county, none of the 13 sites that we manage programs, these don't make money. We're not trying to make money. They are all subsidized by other county parks, larger county parks that you're county. But this program helps us at least offset a little bit of that maintenance cost. So maybe we can tuck away a little bit of some of those fees to hopefully be able to match a grant for improvements such as the one later. Yeah, it's certainly not a fix-all, but it's a very important program. As a provider and manager, I can understand. I understand your concerns. I mentioned earlier, I sympathize with them a little bit. But I can also understand why we've had this sliding scale. I think most managers do, and most managers are okay with that.
Here's your comments. Member Mesa, you have anything?
I do not.
Yeah, thank you.
When we consider a grant, you laid out very well the maintenance fees that are being charged. I would just like the facility owners to understand, and as he says, get a program for maintaining those facilities before we give them the grant. I think that's probably the best we can do. Make sure that they're prepared to take care of what we give them. Because we are investing a lot of money, and if you don't do the maintenance, it's not going to have a very long service life. So I guess that's the best way we can deal with it, is just emphasize that up front when you receive the money.
Last comment I'll add is Janine and her team, I know, are amazing as well as when they're looking at facilities across the state. They're stopping in and they're checking up on sites, making sure that they're maintained and holding those providers accountable, having conversations with them. Hey, we're giving you money and this facility isn't up to par. What are you going to do about it? So I appreciate that diligence.
I kind of second what Craig was saying about maybe as part of the grant application to reinforce what are your plans for future maintenance. In my other previous career, the whole issue of road maintenance. And if you skip a couple cycles of road maintenance, once you get to the point where you actually are going to do a project, typically that project's going to end up costing you substantially more because instead of just resurfacing, you now have to actually construct. Or, other things are failing that just really make it huge. So working with folks to develop, phases of maintenance to help keep those things as new as possible, as long as possible. I think would help, again, educate other property managers or people that it's maybe their third job responsibility, responsibilities. So, yeah. Thank you for all your hard work on these.
Thank you.
So I think let's move into the Clean Vessel Act and we'll take a break after that item.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
I know it wasn't an action item, but you wanted board guidance on this proposal.
Did you get what you needed?
Yes.
Okay. Maintenance assistant or Clean Vessel Act.
So
Clean Vessel Act is a federal program. It's a competitive program, which is very different than the Boating Safety Fund federal funds. And a lot of stuff was kind of hindering out on the end. We had applied for a grant extension. It was unknown whether or not 2 existing grants would be extended into this coming biennium. And on June 11th, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service finally said, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. So I was getting really nervous on whether or not I would have any Clean Vessel Act funds going into the 2025-27 biennium. I do have some. It is significantly less than what we normally would have. We applied for a federal grant in November. It is unknown whether or not we will be awarded a grant. As I mentioned, these are competitive funds. So when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service awards a grant, they don't tell you you don't get money. They only tell you you do get money. So we're waiting to see how this is working through the process. They also have changed the consideration process. So last year we did not apply for a voting infrastructure grant, which is another federal fund. Those applications were due in August of last year. Those still have not been awarded. So whether or not we receive an additional award in 2025 to 2027 biennial budget, we do not know whether or not we will get another CVA award within this coming budget. For us, it's a difference of a little over $1 million. We are looking at some ways to adjust that. So staff looked at the amount of money we anticipate having for this next biennium, the typical expenses we have, and I'm proposing we maintain our maintenance program to help keep the existing floating restrooms, pumps and dumps funded for this next biennium. I am also proposing we maintain the Sea Grant contract. The service that does is a huge lift from staff workload. Sea Grant goes out and inspects every unit. They provide training, a lot of maintenance staff change. Seasonal staff, so they are training them how to clear pumps, how to replace hoses, how to lubricate things, as well as they attend events and talk to the public about how to use the equipment. But the work they're doing, they're answering some maintenance questions. It reduces some staff workload issues by having them do that. And then also funding a little bit of technical assistance. So what that translates is I have a position that's partially funded with these funds. And right now we are keeping that position vacant. That is our permanent position. We're consolidating to have an impact only one position right now. But we can fund parts of it. CBA has 2 grants. There's an inland application and a coastal application. Inland has the biggest demand for funding. So I can't quite fund it the entire time. We just do not have enough money to make that happen. So we're going to accrue some vacancy savings to get us through that process. But I'm looking for guidance on grants for replacement renovations. As I mentioned in the staff report, I have several floating restrooms that are not in service. Some of that, there are ones where we did a retrofit and the old unit is in a lot and it has a need to go to another party. And I have folks who are wanting new ones. And we have some very heavily used pump out stations on the Columbia that are not functioning well. They're taking almost a disassembly every week to try to get things back together. In statute, there are very little language about grant program, but there are 2 pieces that I reference in here. One is specifically calling out that the highest priority for the Federal Clean Vessel Act funds are for public facilities, which means if it's a private marina mooring, that would be a lower priority for federal CBA money. The other one talks about our grant programs in general. And within that, it identifies that funding facilities such as pump out stations to help with total sewage is our highest priority. Historically, the board has said all CBA elements, floating restrooms, pump outs, and dump stations are one of our highest priorities to help with water quality. So I'm looking for some guidance on whether or not we use some state resources to get equipment up and running, repaired, or replaced this biennium. This is tough, but collectively, every biennium or every year, we're essentially keeping about 1 million gallons of sewage out of the waterways. So I'm looking for guidance on what we do about those needs.
So you need to consider what the alternative is if you don't have a floating restroom. What is the option? I know what plumbers would do. So I don't know how I necessarily can't support the program.
Carefully store their waste and discharge it on shore, right, Craig? That's
Well, not necessarily.
Dispose of it properly.
Station clause. Okay, a marina-based pump station.
Yeah, so if it is at an existing site and utilities are there with an existing site, we're just replacing the equipment, it's right around $50,000.
I would add, as the board finishes or goes through this discussion, just one piece to note, just in case it's on anyone's mind. The RBS grant that we're in litigation over is different in the way it awards from this grant. So Janine and I have talked, and we don't see any real potential for any legal intervention on this one. This is a grant program, and they come up with their criteria to get the grant versus RBS. It's a formulated grant. So just in case anybody's wondering how that might play out, we don't see a litigation play if we're not awarded. It's a competitive grant, so they set the terms.
So you're not looking for a specific amount of money right now. You're just looking for guidance on how the board wants you to go with this program.
Yeah, so as an example, I have, there's 2 floating restrooms on Detroit. Heavily busy lake, those alone collect just in the short summer season. They're essentially, it's like a May to September season. Those alone collect a couple 100,000 gallons. They right now are not functioning correctly. The Forest Service said they're not sure they can get them up and functioning. I would love to be able to provide some guidance of, hey, we know these are really old. These are 20-plus-year-old. The parts for these old diaphragm toilets are not available. You need to get these converted to a flushing restroom. But right now, I don't know whether or not I have board support to offer state money to get these things fixed. That's what I'm looking for.
Where would that statement come from? Are you asking to prioritize these in future grant funds, grant cycles, or just like some other certain allocations to solve these immediate issues?
So with the floating restrooms, because there are so many, I'm actually asking for board support to have us become that contracting agency essentially to save some money on the scale. So many of them to essentially contract with one party, get them all fixed, and then have them delivered. And we would then bind that owner with a grant. So we would get the work done on the scale aspect, get them back out and have that grant agreement with them. So it would be different than our normal grants. I'm looking for board support to do that process. And then guidance on how to approach pumps and dumps if public facilities are the highest priority, or if it's just any pump out application, and then we would have them go through our regular grant process.
So the first bullet point, I think lumping those together and doing the kind of a mass contract, almost the agency can reimburse through some sort of grant based matching contract. Totally makes sense. These are specialty items that the average jurisdiction, they really struggle to find that person and work through the specifications. You guys have been active with that, but I think having a group contract, I think, I would definitely support that. In regards to the second question, I heard you say that statute kind of prioritizes public, so we make it private. We can't really, I would feel uncomfortable giving you guidance that conflicts with statute. But I will tell you, my personal opinion is, it really matters if it's private or public. If the goal is to keep waste out of the water. So I have a little bit of an internal struggle with that, but statutes are the same. So.
And that's, the flooding toilet piece of it to me is the highest priority, especially when you mention hundreds of thousands of gallons. Sandy. That's like, wow, yeah, that's gotta get fixed. Bulk purchases, especially items, that's a no-brainer. I have some qualms about the public-private arena pump station thing. To me, it's also, if it's a private facility that is processing a small amount of waste versus a public one that's processing a large amount of waste. To me, the priority would be to help out the one that's doing a large amount of waste. Likewise, if it's a private facility that's processing a lot and a public facility that's not, to me, it's about the quantity that you're helping solve the problem.
So the funding piece of it. We are very fortunate to have a phenomenal partnership with our Department of Fish and Wildlife and being able to partner on their federal sportfish restoration fund. This grant cycle, we were oversubscribed for both motorized and non-motorized money. As a result of that partnership, it allowed us to essentially underspend our targeted amount for round one for motorized money by about $1 million. And those funds would be the ones I would want to use to help with the floating restrooms in the pump out.
So you're prioritizing these facilities, but
Oh,
you're
we're off.
I'm back.
So you want to prioritize the facilities, but you're funding it with residual funds or leftover funds that you might have.
So our construction funds that we have, our boating facility grant funds for motorized access, we target 70% for our cycle one. We were oversubscribed by the application, but because of our partnership with our Department of Fish and Wildlife, it allowed us to actually underspend in that 70%. We can have the facility operators for these floating restrooms go through the grant process. And we would treat it as a regulated grant, but because of expedience of the specialty, staff is proposing to do that on their behalf. And then we'll do a grant agreement after the fact. So we'll be using regular grant funds to help get the floating restrooms in place.
And you would deal with Steve suggests on having a large contract to support their entire state of their regions.
Yes.
These are funds that would otherwise go towards the round two or being pulled aside
Yes.
for this school case.
I support that.
I don't have a problem with that at all.
One thing I would mention, Janine, is again, we have a facility like this. I've worked with facilities like these up in other counties before. The training on awesome from a maintenance perspective. I would encourage staff to maybe think about like an anchoring system those anchoring systems are really complicated and really difficult, especially on lakes that fluctuate 75, 80 feet in elevation on an annual basis. So for regular old parks maintenance crews to put these things together and install them and have them all functioned properly, and sometimes be a nightmare. And you invest a lot of money in something that just gets tangled up. So maybe some training, something along that line. So
Any other comments or questions? Did you get what you need?
I did. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're gonna take a break. According to the clock over here, it's 10 after 10, so we'll come back at 10:25 and get started on the grants.
I give Tyler a call.
No show?
Haven't seen him
Okay.
yet. I'll listen to it.
Oh, you left a message?
No, I'm gonna call right now.
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
All right, we are back. We're moving into item E, the grants with Janine Bellet.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Janine Bullock, Voting Facilities Program Manager and Tribal Liaison. This is item E. The board's going to be considering several grants today. We received more applications than available money for both motorized and non-motorized. This was a very competitive program cycle. And in recognition that the waterway access funding request was significantly over available funds, and ask if they could break apart a project into a meaningful phase. And meaningful for us meant, can something worthwhile be accomplished without it becoming a significant impact to the overall goal that they wanted to achieve. And applicants were very responsive. They had some great ideas on how to break some things apart, some additional discussions, and I really want to commend them for working with us in that recognition that we barely had $1 million and we had over 3 million requests for non-motorized funding. Wow. So collectively, if the board approves staff recommendations, the board will approve 20 grants, and the value of this 20 grants will be about 7.2 million, with approximately 2.1 million of voter investment for both motorized and non-motorized funding. So it really shows that our programs leverage a lot of resources, and it's also impressive that these are statewide applications that will have some benefit cost for recreational voters. Staff is recommending the board consider the grants in kind of 3 processes. One will be a block vote for the referred projects. Those are projects that, for a variety of reasons, staff didn't recommend funding. Typically, those involve permitting, matching funds, or that it just wasn't quite ready. It was a really good idea that maybe needed some refinement, additional work on it. And so it scored lower in the ranking process. It doesn't mean they can't apply in the future. We encourage everyone to look at the reasons for that deferment and consider applying again. I have talked to almost everyone who we were recommending for a deferral. We did get some updates. I can tell you that the Highway 203 pond, they did secure funding for the restroom, Travel Oregon, as well as City of Lincoln City did secure the grant they applied for from Travel Oregon. So they're still moving forward, and we are encouraging them to consider reapplying in the future once they've cleared their permitting hurdles. And then we will, the board will consider the non-governmental organization applications for non-motorized education and outreach, and then the facility improvement and technical assistance grants. So if the board has no questions, I'll make the recommendation for the deferred block.
I'd like to speak to the philosophy here just a minute. I agree with what you're trying to do, make the money and do it as far as possible. And reading through this, I like what has been done here. I'm always concerned about forcing people to reduce scope of work, wind up with a partial project that doesn't satisfy the community needs, or just delays work that has to be done later in a ship shot manner. So I just caution about doing that. Throughout my entire career, people were always trying to reduce scope of work, and it got to the point, well, why bother? You know, if you're just going to be a part of a project, that's not satisfying the real need. So I just caution about going to that extent. But what you've done here, I support. And as far as the your approach to doing the voting, the way you propose, that also.
I think it makes sense to consider it in three groups because just in my mind of organizing thought processes, it makes it just a little bit easier. And one thing that got me really thrilled is something I've mentioned in the past where I don't want to see these grants just become a standardly accepted part of an organization's operating budget. Looking at some of the grants on the non-motorized side, it just seems to be that it's not even payment variations on prior grant requests. It's almost the same grant request. And when I look at something like the Highway 203 project, which is, you know, a new concept in a new area where people really want it, I really rather fund that project than some of the NGO projects. That said, there's other NGOs that actually have really kind of stepped out and said, okay, we're gonna do something different for our grant out this year. And that's the kind of stuff I want to see with these grants is that it becomes stepping stones to new ideas for those organizations and not just the ladder that stays in place every year.
I wholeheartedly agree with you.
So with that, why don't we discuss the 5 items that are proposed for the permit?
So staff is recommending the board defer grant application 1744, 1746, 1747, 1762, and 1766. As mentioned, these applicants can reapply in the future. There were some very specific things that staff identified that would make their application stronger and be addressed. I've spoken to several of them and had support for the reason for the permit and the processes that they need to do to go forward in the future.
And these all scored lower than the other projects were.
With the exception of Forest Glen, that one scored a little bit higher. That was with Lane County. And that one is well boiled down to the permits. The permits are not far enough along. It's located on the Mackenzie River. It is an endangered species little listed waterway with a lot of sensitivity. And it has a very narrow in-water work window, which means that project will have to be completed in the summer of 2026. Staff doesn't have the confidence that could happen within that time frame, which is why that one is deferred.
Yeah, I was looking for the score on that. I don't see it. Yeah, there it is. Right there. Okay.
The other thing I would say to the deferred projects is I know you guys do really good. I may have had a deferred project with your training. It's really easy to think of a deferred project if you're an applicant and a no. But I think the way that you guys work with applicants, it's more of a no, not right now. And here's the things you need to do to be successful in the future. So that you help hold the hands of the applicants, an entity and a group of people that have been very experienced in this, that know what it takes to make a project successful within a certain time frame, help them get there, rather than help them just grant those funds, even if the score's higher, grant those funds and have them get in over their heads and have a successful project. So I appreciate the kind of that deferment discussion that goes along with that. Or after. Oh, right. Keep working with them and be successful.
Totally agree. And I think that's something that Janine and your staff are really good at is making it that not right now. Because things, you get to a point where you're constructing something and you can't finish it in one work window. That's not a situation you want to be in. Or you don't have all your plans in place and get running out of a permit commission or something. So, any other discussion on these? Member Messett, are you with us?
I am here, yes.
All right. So, anybody ready to make a motion on this group of projects?
I'll make a motion that the board defer grant application 1744, 1746, 1746, 1747, 1762, and 1766, as recommended by staff.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion to defer those 5 grants, say aye.
Aye.
All right, there are no nays. The motion passes. Let's move on to the NGO grant applications.
Right, the first application the board will consider will be 1745 with the Willamette River Keepers. And I believe Michelle Emmons and possibly Heather are both on the line. Heather just.
There, disappeared. And Michelle is having a little bit of technical difficulties, so she's going to die.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start. So, Willamette River Keepers has been working with paddlers and individuals for a long time. And in discussions with them, we were receiving a tremendous amount of contact from individuals asking us, hey, how do I cook when I want to stay the night out onto the island? What do I bring? What kind of equipment? How do I know where I can stay overnight? We're going to get some training. And Willamette River Keepers really took this to heart and also looked at all the experience and things that they are encountering. And they created this tiered approach to help people learn how to paddle. And not just, how to do a stroke, but how to read the water, how to do self-rescue. And as part of this, we're also creating kind of this library for equipment to help people who want to be able to go paddle on a river or even out on the lake, that they can take that information and have a successful, safe river journey where they can camp overnight in greenways, on islands, in areas as part of that boating experience. And then they're also offering a discount for people who go through those series of training opportunities to really expand that and have a weekend opportunity. So this is really a growth and a recognition of need. With our main report, I shared a update from Michelle when they did their first recruitment for these classes. It filled almost immediately, and they're actually looking to have another opportunity to expand that because there is such a need by folks who are interested in paddling or recognize I need some additional instruction. I watched enough YouTube videos on how to self-rescue, but I need somebody who can actually help me figure out how to do some of that. So I don't know if Heather or Michelle are now on, but this is an exciting opportunity that I think is really going to help the paddling community by providing those additional training. So Heather, are you able to hear? You're on mute. Michelle or Heather?
Star 6 to unmute if you're on a phone.
Hello, this is Michelle Emmons calling from Willamette River Keeper.
Hi, Michelle. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm so sorry, you all. For some reason, the Teams meeting was only allowing me to be on an event on the website, but it wasn't allowing me to present. So I apologize for not being on a little bit sooner. But I think that Janine did a really good job of kind of explaining our grant program here, which is a Discover Your Willamette Paddling Recreation Series. It's kind of a combination of what she had explained as our Learn to Paddle Your Willamette water trail program, which eliminates barriers to participating in river recreation. So it's allowing for more people to be included in connecting to the river through paddling. She'd also mentioned the fact that we eliminate those barriers by providing education as well as gear and equipment, and then instilling an experience in a safe, controlled environment for people to really connect to the river and to, inspire some enthusiasm to want to be able to go out and to do paddling trips on their own. We have broken it down into a couple of different skills-based paddling trips, and we currently are in the midst of finishing up our phase 1 Learn to Paddle Your Willamette Water Trail program. And I just want to let you know that as soon as we opened up our trips, they sold out. We're not sold out, they're actually free, but they were registered and full within 48 hours of opening up the registration process. And so for us, that was a really big indication that this is a much needed opportunity for people to learn more about how to recreate safely and enjoyably on the river. The other part 2 of this program allows us to do a shorter trip for those participating in the Learn to Paddle series, which would be an overnight, and it teaches them by bringing a little bit more of, instead of like a really large group of people out on the river, to bring a smaller group of people out on the river and intimately learn how to travel along the river, how to plan for a multi-day river trip, how to cook, how to eat, leave no trace, and all of those sorts of things after they've taken the first flat water skills and moving water skills classes. And then with the newly reimagined Paddle Oregon, which we're calling the Love Your Willamette Paddle, we allow for those folks who have participated in the Learn to Paddle Your Willamette Water Trail series program to join us for the Paddle Oregon Reimagined weekend at a majorly discounted price, including all of their gear and equipment, so that they too can experience the joy of being on the water in a group that allows for some exploration that's a guided experience, such as walking through our floodplain restoration project at Willamette Mission, or getting a chance to explore the Wapato Cove at Gail Achterman, or speaking with Indigenous representatives about their cultural heritage and how their peoples, forged restoration on the Willamette River and in the basin. The other thing is that this grant that we're asking for revamps what was Paddle Oregon, where people would paddle like 20 or more miles a day and then come eat and drink and be merry and go to bed, and then they would go on the journey, and there were optional opportunities for people to stop and learn about different things along the way. But this newly revisioned program is basically like takes the group experience down to a smaller number of people, and it also, along the way, the experiences that they have are not necessarily optional, but that we ask them to participate fully in those experiences. Some of those experiences will review things like how to self-rescue or what to do in case someone tips over in a boat. So we'll actually have like one afternoon where we practice those skills to help people feel more comfortable. We'll actually have a film festival that's provided by Freshwaters Illustrated to emphasize the wildlife and other connections along the Willamette River. People are going to be breaking into teams on one of the evenings and learning how to cook and prepare meals along the river. And so Leave No Trace becomes a really big component of how people learn to travel along the river and experience it. So it's a little bit different than what the former Paddle Oregon was, by making it a little more intimate, but also very much integrating those special experiences into the programming along the way. And our goal is really to build the stewardship of our community, our river community, and to help connect people to the river to care about it, and hopefully share these experiences with other folks, including education around safety.
Thank you.
Amazing.
This is member Wiki. The original proposal was reduced by $13,000 to bring it into amount of funds we have available. What impact does that have on this project?
I am so sorry, but I can barely understand you all in the room, and I've got subtitle captions on.
Michelle, they want to know what would be the impact of the $13,000 reduction?
Oh, the impact on the $13,000 reduction would probably be that Willamette Riverkeeper would just try to find another funding source for staffing. Parts of the funding that are identified in the grant around guide and outfitters or certain resources like restrooms or food, those are non-negotiables for us. But we can try to look for more volunteer staffing, or again, we have hired on a recreation associate and are looking to hire on a second person, which could, and we'll figure out a way to cover that staffing cost.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
One question, this is Board Member Lambert. You mentioned that the tours, or at least a portion of this, was sold out within 48 hours. That's great. But I'm also curious as to how is the program advertised so that anybody who might be interested in this, regardless of their abilities or financial situation, might be able to partake in it. Is it widely advertised, or is it kind of a smaller group of folks that maybe only know that fill those seats up for 48 hours?
There's a combination of things. So we let some of our organizations that we partner with that are geared more towards marginalized people, rural populations, or youth that are interested in learning how to paddle that may not have access to boats or money in order to financially hire someone to help them learn how to paddle. And so some of those organizations, we let them know that the programs were coming up ahead of time. And then we advertised, we didn't do like a whole wide advertising, but what we did do is we put it into our newsletter, and that newsletter goes out to approximately 12,800 people across the Willamette Watershed Basin. We put it into social media, and so people were able to see it there. And then, of course, we shared it amongst different connections that we had throughout the watershed, who were then able to, let people who were part of their programming know that this was something that was coming up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I encourage you to continue to try and connect with folks that are outside of the Willamette Riverkeeper organization who maybe don't even know that that organization exists and partake in a program like this. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Terry Jackson. It was really nice to see that you're looking at doing a lot of the stuff outside of the Portland metro area, which is really great. And I second what Member Lambert was saying, that at least my past exposure to Willamette Riverkeeper has been that it's relatively Portland, Clackamas, Washington County centric. And trying to get more participation, both in your organization and in your classes from areas of the Willamette Valley that is not Portland. So thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think it's a misnomer that we're so focused in the Portland area. I've been the South Valley program manager for over a decade before I came into the position that I'm currently in as co-executive director. And we have very strong programming in those areas. We have great connections with recreation and parks teams across the South Valley area in Eugene, Springfield, Corvallis, and Albany, and also in Kaiser and Salem areas. We're actually going to be helping to support the Learn to Paddle your kayak program with the city of Salem as part of our Learn to Paddle program. And our first Paddling 101 class is being held in Eugene on the Alton Baker Canoe Canal and our other class is being held at Willamette Narrows in West Lynn area. So with that, you can see that we are pretty much widespread across the Willamette and how we're presenting our programming, and also to the partners that we've reached out to participate.
Great, thank you for clarifying. Any other questions or comments?
I make a motion that the board approve utility grant 1745 in the amount of $73,905. Waterway access grant funds to match $61,518.44 from the applicant match as proposed by staff.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, aye.
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 The motion passes. On to the next one.
Thank you, Michelle and Heather. The next application is 1748. It is Jennifer Wildon. Star 6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. So this is an application with Adventures Without Limits. They are going out to different water bodies, working with a variety of different communities. They have one of the highest participation rates of having over 1,800 people participate through these programs on everything from flat water to whitewater activities. It's a expansion on more opportunities in different areas for different skill levels. Jennifer, you want to add some stuff about your application?
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk. Thanks for the introduction, Janine. So Adventures Without Limits, as you all may be aware from our application, is an adaptive and inclusive outfitter. And so we work with anyone who faces barriers to access in the outdoors. We have a specialty focus on working with youth as well as folks with disabilities. And we are a mobile operation, meaning that we are not geographically tied to one watershed or waterway, and also offer a number of different types of activities from flatwater kayak, canoe, and paddleboarding to whitewater rafting as well. So the past several years, we've really been ramping up our paddle sports programs and experiencing a pretty rapid expansion as paddle sports have increased in popularity across the state and the country. We've also seen an increased demand for accessible programs for folks who are learning about Adventures Without Limits and the services that we offer, and seeing themselves as prospective paddlers, maybe for the first time, and interested in getting out. And so really we're just trying to meet that demand for adaptive paddle sports programming. The equipment and the training and the resources that it takes to facilitate a safe and accessible program for folks with a variety of experience and ability levels is pretty significant. And so we're really trying to ensure that we have the staffing to meet the demand and the resources that we can continue to say yes to new folks who are looking to get out on the water in a safe way. We have stories from folks who have come on a paddle trip with us for the first time, potentially post-injury or post-acquired disability, and not recognized previously that it was an activity that could be accessible for them and their families, and now it's the thing that they do. They've gone out and they've purchased boats, but they learned how to make that accessible to them, so they had that information going in, as well as learned all of the safety equipment and procedures up front the first time. So we are very grateful for the support that has allowed us to continue expanding both our geographic reach as well as our partner reach, and just the opportunities that we have been able to provide for folks who want to get on the water in Oregon.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments about this grant application?
One comment from me, Jennifer. Thank you. I'm just curious, I was looking at the water bodies, the geographic location that you serve, and you said that you're not tied to any specific area that you travel. Now that I'm not asking, sorry, for this specific grant, but for future opportunities, is there any interest or are you open to expanding the Southern Oregon region? Because there's a lot of need down there and a lot of water bodies that could benefit.
Yeah, great question. We do have a great partnership with Oregon Spinal Cord Injury Connection, and that is an organization that has statewide reach and has been expanding program offerings in Southern Oregon. So it's something that we're definitely talking about and in the works for. Part of that is, of course, it's pretty resource intensive for us to get down there and scout and know what waterways are going to be accessible and just making sure that we're prepared for that. But it's definitely something that we're exploring, as well as the Salem and Eugene area. We're getting requests to come down to that area as well. So it's yes, in progress. And I would say for us, sometimes there's a little bit of a delay between when the request is and to when the trip maybe comes to fruition. But definitely something we're looking at.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for them?
Yeah, this is board member with you. You identify that you are adding 7 new community partners in addition to the 12 that you had in the past. Can you identify who those partners are?
I can name some of them off the top of my head. One of the new partners that we are hoping to work with or planning to work with is Mobility International USA. That's an organization based in Eugene that hosts a, I think, biannual gathering of disabled female leaders from around the world. So they're welcoming a group of 20 international delegates and want to spend a day on the water for a group with a variety of disabilities, and many of whom have never experienced the water before. So that's one of the groups that we are working with. Another one that we are working with is Victory Academy. That is a school in the Portland metro area that is connecting students on the autism spectrum and their families. It's a school for autistic students, and we are planning a program that would be inclusive for students and their families. I can keep thinking off the top of my head who some of our partners are. Focus down schedule.
Sounds like the word's getting out and you're really expanding the reach of your program.
Yeah, one of the great partnerships that we have developed recently is folks who are providing services for foster youth. And we have 3 new program partners in this year of folks who are connecting individuals who are involved in the foster system and wanting to get outdoors and celebrate.
Well, I think that's terrific and really support what you're doing.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Motion?
Motion, but clarification. Is it reasonable? Make a motion to recommend approval of facility grant 1748 after the second vote. Just trying to speed the process.
I was actually thinking the same thing, so thank you for asking.
So I'll make a motion that for facility grant 1748 as.
A second? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve facility grant 1748 as described in the staff report, signify with aye. Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Oh,
I didn't do about that.
we have 4 ayes, so it passes. Next one.
All right, thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer.
The next application is 1753 with Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership. Valerie unfortunately could not attend, but Mackenzie Miller, I believe, is online.
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Right.
So, Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership is proposing to get folks out on the water in their big canoes. They are looking at about 170 to 215 youth and adults to have an opportunity to explore on their big canoes. And have that connection. The big canoes allow larger family units or community units to paddle together with a different type of opportunity. Mackenzie, do you want to add anything?
Sure, just about the program in general or who we serve.
Yes.
Okay. So this project, as you mentioned, will include our 29-foot canoes, which are really great at taking both younger paddlers, older paddlers, folks that maybe don't feel initially comfortable paddling a regular boat. We work with our community partners to identify folks that would be a good fit to come out with us. And we spend quite a bit of time before we get on the canoes talking about safety and kind of building comfort, building relationships with folks before we get out onto the canoes. And then once we're on the boats, folks will often have never paddled before. So there's quite a bit of nervousness just getting on the canoe. But once we are on the water, folks will start feeling more comfortable as they can tell that our big canoe is quite a bit more stable than a traditional kayak or canoe. And so it's just a really great learning opportunity for folks. And then a new part of this program that we're really excited about is to be able to use this as a stair-stepping program to actually get folks in different types of boats as well. So we'll do our initial program with our large canoes. And then at the end, we're going to have a culminating event where we partner with Energy Kayaking. And we will invite folks to come out and try like a stand-up paddleboard or a kayak and kind of have just like the next step so that they can try our big canoes, but then also try a secondary paddlecraft. So we're really excited about that. And we've tried that a few times where we've invited folks that have a stand-up paddleboard to come with us. And both kids and adults are really excited to try just a different sport that they've never tried before. So that's a new part of our program that we're interested in piloting this year.
That kind of goes, this is Chair Jackson, that kind of goes to one of my questions. We've given your organization these grants a number of times, and there's always the thing, when they finish the big canoe trip, they get a discount code or a coupon for one of the rental liveries in the area. And the number of businesses in Portland, and actually in the region, that are renting kayaks has seriously declined in the past couple of years.
Yeah.
So the Green Energy are the only ones around. Is there any information on how many of those discount coupons actually get used?
You know, unfortunately, we have not been able to track that. No.
When Portland Kayak Company was around, one of their owners is one of my neighbors, and she was saying they never saw one of the coupons come in. And so I'm wondering if that incentive is actually something that's working to incentivize people to come back and give it some more tries, or if there's other partners that maybe you could work with to incentivize your clients that come through the Big Canoe program.
Yeah, and I think part of that could also be that when we give a discount, it's still really expensive to rent a boat. You know, if it's a $50 rental and you give a 10% discount, that's not a lot off. And so that's part of our thinking, that instead of just offering a coupon, we're actually offering a secondary experience where they can come out with us and they can, you know, use a kayak, they can use a stand-up paddleboard again. You know, the third step, which is them actually getting to go again, you know, I'm not sure how that comes to play. But I think it would be great if we could find a larger discount or even more opportunities for folks to build their skills because yeah, I think you're right. A small discount is maybe not enough to entice people.
And I like the addition of the second event through energy. And maybe we can talk offline about some ideas that I have about things along those lines.
That would be great.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, this is a member with you. In the write-up here, we say the timeline takes us through June 27th. So this funding is going to be used for the 2 years that additional funds will be needed.
Sorry, I couldn't quite catch that.
Janine,
Do you mind?
Mackenzie, the question was, the timeline for this was to carry LCEP through June 30th without any additional funding. Is that still correct?
I believe so, yes. This was a multi-year commitment, yes.
Right, any other questions or comments?
The motion is for the facility grant 1752 in an amount of $32,003.15. Waterway access grant funds, and that's $14,211.32 to the applicant. Cash as proposed by staff.
I second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving grant 1752 as defined in the board book, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right,
Aye.
All right, 4 ayes, motion passes. Next project.
The next one is grant 1765, and with the civic room is Amy. Come on up. So this is for Life Expanding Adventure Program, or LEAP. And this was an application that was very large. It included a lot of research, looking at different adaptive equipment, coming up with some different things. And parts of this overlap with the bigger project that staff are working on with disabled communities. So Amy and I had a lot of discussions on how to scale it back so we weren't duplicating efforts and still have it be a meaningful piece to help them with the rafting component. So
yeah, thank you. Yep, Janine and I started talking about this actually last year, which is pretty exciting. So LEAP has been around for 15 years. We're actually celebrating our 15th anniversary. And just a little background, we are all about whitewater. So we were founded by the owners of Orange Torpedo Trips. And they're still very involved. So operating in Idaho, but also in Merlin. So different areas. Kind of even kind of going back, I'm sorry, starting out with the real onus of our program is to work with individuals who've experienced a lot of trauma and adversity. So we partner only with nonprofits, so we don't necessarily go direct to consumer, you would say. Our first program was with the Legacy Oregon Burn Center. We have 3 founders. One of our founders had an incredible tragedy in their family where there was a house fire. They spent a large amount of time in the Oregon Burn Center. So taking these individuals out on the river to really understand the healing nature of the river. So this concept of utilizing the river and these immersive whitewater experiences as a tool for healing has been core to what LEAP has done. And at the original establishment of our organization, one of the key individuals that was involved with LEAP is in a wheelchair and found incredible a sense of healing on the river. And so one of the early investments in our organization was to create an adaptive raft. And so because of our proximity to the various vendors and the amount of knowledge and time we spent on the river, we were able to custom build these various adaptive rafts, which we have used over the years. And one of the really beautiful things about this is that we have this knowledge and we have this equipment, but we've never formalized a program to match essentially our core program, which is these immersive river programs. And so what this grant essentially does is it creates a pilot program that is created with a task force of individuals with lived experience, and then also individuals who are highly knowledgeable about the rivers, highly knowledgeable about whitewater. And the pilot will go out on Labor Day of this year, Labor Day weekend, to really chart the various aspects of a multi-day river experience. What are the risks? What are the blind spots? What are the needs in terms of all the things that you can think about on going on a multi-day river program, bathroom, safety, water, and all the various things that need to be taken into consideration from an adaptive perspective. And that's really kind of it in a nutshell. We actually have one of our rafts going out tomorrow on the road, so it's kind of exciting, but really just to formalize it. The long-term goal of this is to replicate our current program. So last year in 2024, we had 644 participant days on the river. So ideally, if you fast forward a couple of years, we'd like to have the same, but in an adaptive capacity, serving individuals, spinal cord injuries, and all the whole spectrum of adaptive needs within the rivers in Oregon. So that is ultimately the goal, and we feel from our proximity and knowledge of the rivers that we're uniquely positioned to be successful in that particular endeavor. So thanks for considering our request, and yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I really appreciate what you're trying to do here. Over the years, I've had a lot of adaptations in the board that I've done. Some I did myself, some are so well adapted. Are you getting good support from the various disability organizations to tell you what's needed and how to go about it?
We do. So part of the individuals who will be on our task force are going to be from those various organizations, both here locally, but also individuals from different regional areas that we're pulling in. We're thinking of this not only being an experience of the usability, but looking at this from the impact on mental health. So utilizing this as, we know that nature has an impact on mental health, but specifically for a community of individuals who have a larger impact of mental health due to disability, what is the impact of nature on being able to improve those outcomes? So in conjunction with some of those systems, those individuals are involved.
There are a lot of initiatives around the world to provide these kind of opportunities. I was in New Zealand recently and went on a canoe where they had a harness specially built to stabilize me when I was in the craft. So, we ought to make use of what other places are doing. So I really encourage you to seek those out. Now you've reduced the original budget request by 100,000. What's that doing to the program?
Well, so we spoke about it, and ultimately, originally we broke it up into 2 years, and then we further reduced it. So breaking it up into 2 years brought it down to 80, and then we reduced it in half again. So ultimately, the program was for 2 years, one for the pilot, and then 2 would be for an actual program, which would happen in 2026. So that can be kind of a tomorrow kind of issue that we work on. For this year, the reduction removed a couple of guides, which is not necessarily detrimental. We have guides who are volunteers who are highly trained in adaptive rafting that we can bring in for this particular pilot. So I don't see that being an issue. We reduced some of our equipment, which we can defer the equipment purchases. We can work on design this year and defer those expenses towards 2026.
I want to make sure you're getting the funds to be successful. So hopefully we're providing will allow for that.
Well, I think that, sometimes getting things started is the most important step, and the support from the Oregon State Marine Board certainly would be, an important step in creating that first step of moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess my question for Janine on this would be, this is one of those, not no, but not right now, in terms of the deferred stuff.
Yes, yeah. So it was like, get out there, go test these sites, see what you need, identify holes, and then come back and say, okay, here are some holes on customized equipment or customized things. Great. Now let's talk about this. So yeah, it's like, let's get this going to give some base information. Because the other part is what they're going to learn is going to feed into this bigger statewide guidance, right? So yeah, it is very much all of it together was just too much at this point, but let's get this going, learn some stuff, come back and take an approach of the equipment, and the refinements of things.
And if I may add just one thing as well, I think we look at this as the concept of a rising tide lifts all boats, like, better place to use that than here. And one of the things that we know for sure when we went into this is that one of the biggest barriers is access to the land and to the facilities that need to happen upon the land as you're moving down the river.
Right.
So we are not, as an organization, as LEAP, able to influence what we're able to influence it, but is that really within the scope of our mission to be focusing on that? So, we'll be able to identify those gaps as we're moving down the river. And that's where, partnership with the Oregon State Marine Board and with all of you makes, perfect sense in terms of collaboration of having, multiple eyes to be able to see, this particular opportunity. So.
I kind of want to second what Member Withy was saying about, this is such a phenomenal concept that don't want pieces to get lost. And so knowing that, yeah, this is just basically, the plan is to continue it, just break it into two separate pieces and not lose that second part of the opportunity. That's fine. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, just two questions, please. So just so I fully understand, I think I got a grasp of it with Laura's questions. So the grant itself right now is funding just scoping out this new section of the river and the equipment that might be needed. We're not actually serving anybody other than the folks that are actually doing that scoping service, correct?
It would be so paying for the expenses that go along with providing a multi-day program, which is around like the 40,000-ish is about the cost, and with some additional equipment that we would need to be able to provide that. For instance, in the grant, you can see there's some like the wheelchair to be able to get to the on the bank and various things that we would need to be able to make that successful.
I understand that you got to start somewhere. I just want to make sure I had that clear in my mind.
Yeah.
And then number two, you mentioned that you have a raft going out tomorrow. Road today.
Yeah.
You also mentioned that you work with nonprofits. Who's the nonprofit down there that you're working with?
Well, so this one is actually going out on a regular trip tomorrow, but they're going out with the OTT. So
very good.
Yeah, but they're utilizing it for. This is not part of they're collecting data while they're out. So not part of this grant thing.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Good to know.
Yeah, on the group.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question. Why did you pick the Florida Shades? What brought you to? Is that a problem or?
It is, yeah, it is. So that's a great question. We started out, LEAP started out on the road, and then I'm not actually, I should know that. I'm not sure why. We used to go in at Mecca Flat and come out in Maupin. Actually, OSMB is through the small grant is under our mentorship program. We actually had our second program come off the river on Tuesday, so I want to say thank you for that. And actually a new program, collaboration between, there were two youth mentors through the Confederation of a bunch of things. Great.
Sort of the shoots over the road anyways.
Yeah.
Say, why not Maupin?
Yeah.
With it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Says the member from Central Oregon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? So I'd like to make a motion that we approve facility grant 1765 as defined in the board book.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving facility grant 1765 signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
We have 4 ayes. Congratulations. And we'll move on to the next one.
The next one is actually Cooper Creek, and with us today is Mark Wall, the Parks Director. As mentioned yesterday, he was pulled in 1,000 directions, and he is fortunately here for this part, but as the board saw yesterday, Cooper Creek is a very old aging facility that has a lot of use. This is kind of the first phase of the renovation process. Mark, you want to add anything?
Yeah, Janine mentioned this 2 phases. This is all the work that we can do while the pool is up. There's some dam work expected in 2 to 5 years, subject to federal funding. At that point, we can address repairing the boat ramp that's underwater. I'm sure Janine did that with you yesterday. And then it's also an additional, we call it fishing dock or kayak dock.
It's tie up and paddling and fishing and.
That needs some work that has to happen when the pool up as well, says the final needs to be. This existing project is all above the high water mark. Does not require a permit from the Army Corps. Although I'd have to submit an application to get a no permit letter, even though they've verbally told us we don't need one, so we'll start that process. I don't expect any issues getting that. Subject to procuring the docks, I hope to have this project completed by July 1st next year, subject to grant approval. That's a pretty straightforward project.
Any questions or comments?
You don't currently charge any fees, I see.
No, they don't charge.
How are you able to accomplish your maintenance?
Excuse me?
How are you able to accomplish maintenance on the facility?
We get some maps assistance to help with that. As a department, we're self-funded, profitable, in a sensible word. So we're able to reinvest back into the parks.
So you have staff that's dedicated to maintaining the facility?
Yeah, we maintain pushing 20 boat ramps. Mostly on the Umpqua River system, and then we have Cooper Creek and Irving Galesville reservoirs.
Mentioned that they're gonna do some work to the dam. Do you know just kind of what the extent of that is? Is it gonna?
They've got to do some long-term maintenance repairs on the dam. I don't know the extent of it. It's not my jurisdiction, but they're going to drop the pool, do some work on the dam, and we're going to stay and kind of plugged into that timeline so we can jump on the boating needs at the appropriate time. Talking to Janine earlier, we'll want to, once we have an idea that we're getting into that 5-year window for that project, we'll start our core permit. Those permits are good for 5 years, so when they drop that pool, we'll be ready to go.
Nothing that's gonna change the elevation of it permanently. The elevation will stay the same, I'm saying.
I don't believe they're not doing any changes to the elevation. It's something they got to do with the dam.
So as Janine said, we were out there yesterday, and we can see the need.
Yeah, it sells itself.
We saw where the dam was, and we saw the
Aerator, things that are out there.
yeah, where it could overflow, and Gene told us it has overflowed several times.
Yeah.
It's interesting, the dam's still there.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, it was definitely eye-opening to go out to those sites yesterday and like, yeah, I'd be a little scared to walk down those docks. So, yeah. Any other questions or comments? Anybody want to make a motion?
Make a motion for move facility grant 1743 is in the amount of $161,736.25 voting facility grant funds to match $692,858.75 of applicant match as recommended by staff.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of approving facility grant 1743 as described, signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we have 4 ayes. Motion passes. Thank you for coming out today.
On behalf of the county, thank you. On behalf of the thousands of voting public, we're going to appreciate what we're going to put out there by this time next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to work with you.
All right, next one.
The next application is 1749. It is with Metro and M. James Gleason, and I believe Cole is on the line.
Yep, I'm here.
So this is the project we talked about with Metro. The boarding docks are one of the last cedar docks in the system. Metro or M. James Gleason is heavily used as a regional site, and funding and match challenges. Metro is basically proposing to retrofit, kind of renovate the docks to get some additional useful life out of them, while they look at future funding and match to do a bigger replacement. Cole, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, thanks for your time, everybody, today. I appreciate it. I'm the parks maintenance manager, so I'm not the director or the operations manager or anything like that, but I have a small crew of 4 people that do all the inspection, maintenance, repair across our entire parks portfolio, which is 3 boat ramps, 2 of the largest on the Columbia, 15 nature parks, 2 regional parks, including Blue Lake and Oxbow, and then 14 pioneer cemeteries. So as you can see, we're fairly thinly stretched to do our maintenance, but I've been trying to do my best to make sure that Metro understands and prioritizes the investment in these sites where we have thousands or hundreds of thousands of people going to them. People love these sites, but they do get really hammered. And so, as Janine said, we've seen some deterioration on the boarding docks. According to our last year's inspection, we've gotten to a point where we can't even, in some areas, remount the rub strips because the whale boards are too rotted out. So a big portion of this project is to do a lot of that, get all of the lumber replaced and get the new rub strips installed. There's a bunch of other things as well on there that we want to tackle while we're at it, but we're confident that this will buy us at least 10 more years of keeping these facilities operational and safe for the public. And in the meantime, we're working on our capital strategy, and I'm pushing for some larger discussions about design and investment in that site. We met with Janine. We're trying to meet at least once a year to talk about those sites and hearing from the Oregon State Marine Board what they're hearing and what we're seeing at the sites as far as design flaws with whether that's parking or any other things that are going on at that site. We also have Broughton Beach, which is a single car parking access on the east side of that property. So, but anyway, we're really trying to think about this critically, and if we're going to do a full dock replacement in the next 10 years, we want to also look at additional design and things that can make that site better and more useful and safe for the public. But this as Janine said, is just kind of a renovation to buy us about 10 years and to have those conversations and start looking at permitting and design and having conversations to have just a well thought out project when we do the full dock replacement.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
And this is, remember, with the, looking at the layout of the facility, it would appear that you would potentially have a large silting problem and a reoccurring dredging requirement. Is that true?
Yeah, Jeannie might know more about the dredging. There is, I think they've dredged there in the past. The actual transient dock is housing boathouse facilities for the Oregon State Marine or the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. and the Port of Portland and the fire department. And those last year actually got grounded. I don't know if that was because of dredging or what that was, what entailed there, but I'm not sure if there's funding to do dredging there, but Janine, you might know more about the dredging and the history of that and what the future plans are or requirements for that.
Yeah, so historically, James Gleason was having to be dredged every 3 to 5 years. So when the facility was completely replaced, the wall that you see, kind of that shingled wall, that specifically was focused and had a bunch of hydraulic analysis done on how to reduce the rate of sedimentation. It's been very effective. It hasn't had to be dredged in there. I want to say we're probably 10 years. Most of the sedimentation now is happening around the boathouse area. And that is something I believe Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is working to secure permits to do dredging underneath those areas. But the actual boat ramp and the tie-up dock are not needing that recurring dredging on that basis.
Well, it appears that wall only goes out so far.
It does.
Could that be extended and prevent that problem?
Probably not, because the area where the boathouses are is a natural shoaling area. When this facility was originally going through the design and engineering, those boathouses were not supposed to be there. They were supposed to have been relocated as part of Multnomah County Sheriff's Office intention to relocate and have a new building. Unfortunately, change of sheriff during elections and other priorities, that never happened. So we had to work very frantically to shift some gears and have some accommodation for them to be back on the property.
Of course, the concern is the cost of dredging and the timeliness of dredging. So when we're considering a change in this in the future, are we going to address that further as needed?
In this location, I don't think there's a way to have a no dredging. Like I said, it was a 3 to 5 year, and now I think the last time was 10 years ago. The boathouses are a different thing. We do not fund the dredging underneath those. Our focus is on the recreational boaters, which are the boat ramp and the short-term tie-up users. The law enforcement, they've got to figure out their own thing.
Yeah, and those other organizations, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, we have IGAs with them too, since we got this property from them. We're looking at those IGAs. They are actually replacing some of those boathouses. So we've gone back with our legal team after they brought their designs in to talk about what are their connections going to look like to those to minimize future damage to those. So they're going to be reinstalling those with some more significant and better design to prevent any damage to our docks. But like Janine said, we're kind of separate from them. We're trying to make sure people can use the transient dock. All of our utilities that are feeding the pump out stations are going down into those docks, including dry fire lines that we have issues with that are supporting those facilities. So yeah, a lot to talk about there, but I think that's why I think this is a good option for us to buy time to keep those other docks operational until we have the time to really think this through and work with Oregon State Marine Board and all the other people to come up with a good plan for the future design of that facility.
I'll just mention I couldn't help but notice in this round the amount of docks. Docks are aging, docks are needing replacement, docks are needing to keep going. There's a lot of docks in the state and a lot of costs associated with it. So I appreciate the applicant's willingness to look at a 10-year fix versus a 50-year fix. And hey, if we can spend a couple $100,000 to make these things usable for the next 10 years, where we come up with this permanent plan, that's the kind of thinking I like to see, and I appreciate the staff work.
I also agree with what Member Lambert said. There's a lot of issues on the Columbia that when the sites were originally designed, climate change was not on people's forefront. And the whole change in the water cycle and how the river moves with changing has really altered a lot of facilities and made them subject to either more damage or made them unusable, various aspects of that. And so having 10 years to actually get some good data about what our current situation is with the river and figure out how to maybe do a better design, I think is a really great way to approach it. Are there any other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
So I do have a question.
Okay, go.
How do we repair? Do we just replace rotted planks and et cetera, or is there other ways to repair it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cole,
so
do you-
yeah, so they upon our last inspection, all the floats and the like all their structural things, pilings are all in good condition. So they're going to be going out with divers and just replacing the whale boards and rub strips on in the water. If there's any further repairs, they might need to remove one or two docks, but we're working with them to make sure that there's not any disruptions, that we'll at least have one dock open throughout the construction process. But the floats are going to stay in place. We're just doing a lot of the additional lumber and structural pieces on the sides of the docks for that portion.
So essentially that's maintenance, right?
I would.
It's some heavy.
As a facility manager, I would classify that a little bit more than, as a major renovation. I know, I'm just giving you my perspective. I would consider that as a major renovation.
So the wood boards you'd replace with wood, or would you use some other material?
Yeah, it's going to be wood. And then then when we do the full replacement, we'll get up to the OSMB standard dock like we have at our other at Chinook Landing.
And your forecast of 10 years is based on what you've got out of the facility so far?
Oh yeah, and in talking to the Oregon State Reef Board's engineer and our certified contractor, Advanced American Construction, some of their advice and their expertise on that. I mean, there is I think what the one thing I'll add here is that we're working, like I said, on our capital strategy, and we're really trying to get more money for our Taking Care of Metro Parks bond funds that are, in my opinion, we don't have enough in our Taking Care of Metro Parks fund, which is basically funds that help us maintain and do capital replacement on sites that we already have rather than building new parks. And as the maintenance person for Metro Parks, that's a big deal for me because we don't want to build more things. We want to take care of what we have. And this is a really heavily used facility. So I'm trying to make sure that we're prioritizing those kind of projects before others. And then, depending on how things go, we might be able to do this replacement sooner than 10 years, but we just wanted to make sure that we had at least 10 years to think it through.
I encourage you to upgrade the material for your can, not just simply replace. So, but I fully support your approach.
Any other questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve facility grant 1749 as presented. Board.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving facility grant 1749 as defined in the board book signify with an aye.
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 We have 4 ayes. Motion passes.
Thank you all for your time today. And I just wanted to put another plug for Janine. She's awesome. I don't know how she keeps up with everything she does, but we really appreciate her. So thanks so much. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Aye.
Have a nice day.
Thanks, Cole. Moving on to grant 1750 with the city of Depot Bay. Kimberly, are you on? *6 to unmute. See you're on there. And then they were also going to try to have their brand new harbor master, Dave Martin, on. I don't know if he's available, but I'll go ahead and do this. The city of Depot Bay Harbor's boat ramp parking lot is severely fatigued. It has been patched and crack sealed and
It's just a menagerie of efforts to keep it functional and maintained. And it needs to have bad areas cut out, base rebuilt, and overlay. So this is an application really to help improve that parking lot and make it more functional for boaters. If you've ever towed a boat with a trailer, hitting a pothole is not a pleasant experience. So that's what this application is for. I don't know if Kimberly can join. If not, does the board have questions that I might be able to help with?
The timeline, it appears that they have a contract ready to go.
That was their optimism to get it done. If this is approved, they can move very quickly. They're a small city and they think they can get it done. If not, it would be delayed for a year.
So, I guess they'll follow their own contracting rules.
They do. They do. They follow their own procurement rules. And they feel very optimistic. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm so sorry. I'm here.
Hi, Kimberly. We just got through talking about your project and I've asked the board if they've had questions.
Would the board like, pardon me?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I just wanted to just do a short hello. This is my first time before the board. Big fan of the Oregon State Marine Board. Huge fan of Janine. She's been really wonderful to work with. I'm still fairly new with the city. So thank you very much for considering our little city and our lovely little parking lot. We, as you can see from the pictures that she showed, that is probably one of the worst areas, and it's at the top of the boat launch. So all of our people who launch from that ramp have to drive through that pothole, drive through the cracking ceiling. But that's just a small piece of the entire parking lot. It's just really, really taken a beating. I believe the last time they did this in 2011 was just a slurry seal, which did extend the longevity of it, but really not enough. And as I said, you can see, I sent a bunch of pictures. There's a lot of concern and issues. And one of the other things that's recently come up is this project will redo some restriping of our parking lot, which we've learned some recently. We do have a lot of recreational boaters, but we also have guide services, as Janine well knows, uses our harbor, and we really need to get that restriping done to allow for better parking situations between the boats and the people that go out, because you have a boat go out, you may have even just 6 recreational passengers, and we don't have a lot of spaces for them to park. So we're also hoping with this park, with the restriping, we'll be able to accommodate more people to be able to park better than people parking in boat parking spots and us having to remove them. So it'll accomplish a couple of things that we're real excited about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, this is a member Withy. You said the last time this was worked on, it was a slurry seal. What are you doing this time? Are you removing all the asphalt and rebuilding?
Absolutely.
So are you gonna take it down and replace the base too?
I don't believe the quote went to the base, but their plan is to remove all of that cracking, flaking, falling out cement or asphalt and replace that. It does actually, pardon me, I'm looking at the document, it does say repair the base material. So maybe not remove it all, but just repair the really bad areas and then do a surface overlay to actually give us a new asphalt top.
Your timeline says you'll do all this in 1 to 2 weeks, construction.
That is what our contractor said, that they would be able to do it. They're
So
pretty good.
You have a contractor already on board?
Yes, road and driveway is commonly used around the coast. They're really good. They're really fast. So
So we got a quote from them, and we're happy to have them do the work.
Any other questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve facility grant 1750 as presented in the board book.
A second. We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of approving facility grant 1750 as described in the board book signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes.
Thank you all so very much. I presented this to our harbor commission last night. We had some boat captains. They hadn't gotten the word we were doing this, so they got all very happy and excited about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you for being here today.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
All right, the next application is 1751 with the Port of Astoria and Matt Monica. This is to replace the docks at the East Basin. And I'll go ahead and have Matt talk about the project.
Just to dovetail into what Member Lambert just said, docks are in bad shape and docks need replacing, right? So this is, we're looking at is 9 different sections of the floating dock at the Port of Astoria's East Mooring Basin. So 20-foot sections. They've served us well for over 20 years. They're wood docks and in very, very bad shape. So it's relatively straightforward. We've already got the assurances that the permit modifications are going to be granted. Our in-water work window is typically from November to February to do the replacement. We worked with OSMB engineer to get the standard specs going, and we're ready to go on it. So latest that this would be done. If you look at the timeline that we have on the project, being very optimistic with that, assuming that we would be able to get these things constructed and in the water by our February 28th deadline for our in-water work. That's if all the stars align just perfectly. It's likely not going to happen. So the latest that this would happen would be November of 2026. We have staff aboard that can handle installation, the dismantling of the old docks, the hauling off, all of those types of things. So very easy to get that done. And I'm very happy to come down and discuss this with the board. Appreciate the opportunity. And then just wanted to open up to questions.
I'm actually going to let you go first, although I have
This
questions.
is a very challenging design with the winds, the tide.
Yeah, Astoria is a challenging spot, East Mooring Basin, all of it. I mean, the tides, we get 11-foot tidal swings sometimes. And the weather up there with the easterlies that we get, it gets beat up a lot. Frankly, the fact that these docks have lasted 20 years is pretty impressive. So, and this, I think, is really attributed to our maintenance staff. We really do take the maintenance of both West Mooring Basin and East Basin seriously. And so they're very vigilant about making sure that we can get every bit of life out of infrastructure that we can. We just finally gotten to a point where we just can't get any more out of it.
You have a lot of facilities to look at in the area. Are y'all working together to come up with good designs? Because you're in similar situations.
Sure. A lot of the docks around there, if you look at Orange and Hammond, it's just very old and wood. And so this is one of the things that we're looking at. And it's really nice to have the expertise on OSMB's part to have a standardized dock. It's just going to be able to, it's going to allow us to put in some infrastructure that's going to last a lot longer. With the maintenance efforts that we're putting in now, we should be able to get 30, 40 years out of them. That's our intent.
Depending on nature, yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of special design are you doing for the piling in this area? Because it's got a lot of silt and sand. You're having to set these in, right?
Yeah, so the piling are going to stay there. I want to say it was replaced about 10 years ago.
It's about 5 years ago that we replaced the piles. So the piles are in really good shape. The good thing is what's that?
How deep are they?
They go typically about 15 feet past refusal. Once we get to a point where they're having difficulty, they try to get to refusal, but they're usually about 30 to 40 feet deep.
you ever hit bedrock, you know?
We do every once in a while, yeah, so it just depends on the pile. So, when we get short side, we will hit that.
It's gotta be a maintenance nightmare out there with the wind and the tides.
Oh, yeah.
Are we putting back in, I'm assuming these are gonna be aluminum, but the price seemed very reasonable compared to some of the other aluminum docks we've done. What's the difference here? Anything?
So it's fiberglass curtain.
Yeah. No, I think this is about where we're going to be. And just thankfully with our partnership with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and their contribution of federal funds, it's reduced the amount of state resources we're going to kick in. But, 9 docks, about that, we're in that $40,000 to $45,000 for 20-foot section.
And that was kind of part of my question was, you mentioned that you have an in-water work window that would be November to February. And that it's probably not going to happen this coming November to February, which means it's going to happen the following November to February. Given what we're hearing about materials costs, are we confident that it can be achieved for this budget?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
we're going to be looking at, a 25 or 50% increase come next year.
In the last few years, especially post-COVID, the materials costs have kind of been all over the place, and especially close to the end of COVID. There were 20 and 30% increases that we saw in materials costs. They stabilized fairly well. So even like on some of the steel stuff has actually come down. So we don't expect to have any significant change in price.
Even with some of the tariffs, the market seems to be stabilizing a little bit, but anything's possible.
Okay.
Last question for me, just out of pure curiosity. You mentioned that the term of your permit could be amended. Do you have, does the coastal communities out there, do you guys have programmatic permits to do this kind of work, or is it an individual?
We do. It's a slight modification. And so we submitted the application in February. So we have the application and they have the permit to repair the dock as it is. But because we're replacing, it doesn't technically meet the specifications of the permit. So I've already got assurances from the Corps of Engineers that they're going to have the permit issued in the next couple of weeks, because we pinged them earlier this week, saying, hey, where are you on this? And they had us down at the bottom of the list because they knew our work window wasn't until November. So they're going to get that to us, and it shouldn't be an issue, but they just had us at the bottom of the list because of our work.
Okay. So to help answer that question, many ports have application, will be like to replace 50 piles. And it's kind of a blanket thing where every pile is identified, but it's a longer term permit approval for a more blanket approach.
I what I was thinking.
Any other questions or comments? I'd like to make a motion that we approve facility grant 1751 as defined in the board book.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of approving facility grant 1751 as defined in the board book, signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right.
All right, motion passes. Thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
So it's a few minutes before 12. We've got, I think, a dozen more to go through. Do we want to take a break and have lunch, or do we want to charge forward, or what do we want to do?
I have to get back to work at 12:30, so if we could go till then, that would kind of maximize my time with that, if that's okay.
Works for me.
Works for me.
All right, sorry about that, but.
Not a problem. All right, onward.
Right, so grant 1752 is with U.S. Forest Service. I see Sarah online. Fantastic. Star 6, perfect. So this is a partnership, and talking to Sarah, she had identified they had applied for a different grant to do some docks in an area that qualify for BIN sustainability. And at the same time, she was letting me know we had this need here. kind of said, why don't you use that as match? Use this other grant that you're asking 100% for to replace docks in another location as match to help leverage our resources because it benefits recreational boaters and understanding some of the funding challenges with the Forest Service. This seemed like a great opportunity. Settled lakes, docks are in awful condition. So this is going to be replacing the docks at 4 locations on Settled Lake. Sarah, do you want to add information?
Oh, you're on.
Muted.
Nope.
No.
Turn your volume up.
Nope.
No. Try to leave. If you want to try to leave and maybe come back in.
You sign language.
You want to try to sign out and come back in?
Good sign. Good work.
Can we ask you some questions while she's following by?
Yeah.
I noticed in here, maybe I misread it, that they're gonna replace them with wood docks.
Oh,
I thought we weren't allowed to do that.
yeah, that would be an error on mine. It is a metal truss.
Okay,
it is-
can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Yay.
Yeah, so the docks won't be a wooden dock, it'll be a metal truss, but a lot of the, like the whale boards will be wood. And so there's differences, so no, that was my error in there. Yes, so Sarah, do you want to talk about the docks at Settle Lake? Oh, no, now we lost you again. Okay, all right. I will say we did get confirmation. They did get the Bend Sustainability Grant to do those docks. And they already have all the NEPA clearance, all that, which is why they're moving forward with just the dock replacement. As you can see from some of the photos, the boat ramps are pretty lousy at Settle Lake as well. But that is a bigger discussion, a bigger permit compliance process. And we're working with the forest to kind of prioritize some areas and to try to do some of those more complex projects. But probably one of the biggest benefits on this is currently the forest is removing a variety of docks on different water bodies, and then they are getting reinstalled every year. Weather is finicky. Sometimes the weather's wonderful, but those docks aren't installed, and for many boaters, that's a make or break decision on whether they go to a body of water if there's docks. So these are a year-round dock and will help with operations, maintenance. Really, it's a huge benefit to boaters who aren't waiting for those docks to be reinstalled every year.
And the last sentence kind of confused me a little bit because it says Forest Service is preparing to manage this dock replacement project and the matching fund dock replacement project at Cultus Lake, Lina Lake. So Southern Lake and those 2 lakes they're all getting new docks?
Yeah, so the Settle or the Cultus Lake and Polina, those are the docks that are funded through the Sustainability Bend Grant that we're using as match to ours. So numerous docks are getting replaced in Deschutes National Forest, some heavily used water bodies. And so it's kind of leveraging that resource to expand that opportunity.
So I've never heard of it, it's a sustainability grant.
Either had I.
What's the scope of that? It's just these 3 legs?
So one of the focus is accessibility improvements as far as that goes, but it's within a, oh, Sarah, are you back on?
Star 6. I think she phoned in.
A star 6 to unmute. Okay. Yeah, it's a geographic limited areas for the sustainability fund on what it can do. So when we were talking about this, Southern Lake is outside of that area, which is why we're trying to use that as a match. And we'll be trying to leverage future opportunities like this.
So how do you,
It was based on use. The forest came forward and said Settle Lake has a lot of use, a lot of need. Let's look at those docks because it's outside of the geographic eligibility of the sustainability fund.
well, there's a number of other lakes that we haven't talked about that. Like East Lake, right next to Tall Island. That it is.
Yes.
So I'm just curious how we're coming up with a priority. They don't disagree with the priority. I'm just curious how we come about it.
Yeah, so Forest Service looked at the use data and said we want to first take on the ones that have the heaviest use. And we agreed, let's take those first and then we'll just start working down the list.
But how big is the pot? How big is the grant?
I'm not sure how much money or funding the Bend Sustainability Grant has available. I know that they got about $185,000 grant to do the docks at Paulina and Cultus. So this could be a great opportunity to do more docks in the future or boat ramps.
Well, it's limited. If it can't cover everything, then hey, we don't do 4 docks and so we're good too.
Yeah, no, settle, we're gonna cover, because like I
So
said,
I'm saying if there's not enough money to cover all the lakes, all the needs, maybe we reduce the scope to just 2. That makes the paddleboard, or not the paddleboard, the non-motorized boaters unhappy. Make the motorized boaters happy.
So there's a comment in the chat. Sarah's trying to get as much information to us as she can. She said there's 204,000 total in Bend sustainability funds.
How much?
204,000.
We spent it all on Settle Lake.
no, those funds are going to Paulina and Cultus.
Okay.
The $195,000, if the board approved, would be going to Settle Lake.
In the middle of the summer season, Cultus probably has more use than all the others combined. But year round, Settle does.
I just have one question. Maybe Sarah can respond in chat and Larry can read it to us. I'm just purely curious, the $5 day use fees or that the Forest Service charges for these sites, does that stay within the forest to go back to recreation or does it go into DC and the pot?
Yes, it stays.
I think she's gonna say yes.
Yeah, Jennifer popped the chat up for us too on the right, so we can all see.
Okay, thank you.
So is Crane Ferry a site that would be under consideration for the sustainability grant? This dock is a disaster.
Crane Ferry was replaced this year.
Oh, she's riding over there?
Yes.
And she's giving emotion.
Well, let me tell you, Crane Ferry needs a dock, period. They really doesn't have one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would prioritize it over Paul Island and Cultus. So I use Paul Island more than I do any of them, so.
Sounds like your wish was granted. Just need to take a drive out to Crane Prairie. And they'll think, look how quick they responded to you.
There you go.
All right, any other questions or comments? And Sarah, I apologize for the technical difficulties and applaud you rolling with it. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion.
I make a motion that we approve Solar Grant 752 as proposed by staff.
I second. We have a motion and a second to approve grant 1752 as proposed by staff. All those in favor signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Right, 4 ayes. Thank you, Sarah.
All right, grant 1754 is with the city of Maupin. Is Nick or Christine online? I don't see them. So this is a grant to keep working on design and engineering and getting it to the point of the permitting piece. A previous grant did a bunch of assessments, some conceptual ideas that have been shared, and now they're ready to go forward. This is an area that is heavily used by commercial outfitters as well as the public. And does the board have any questions?
This is in the wrong place,
The ramp,
the whole facility,
that it is public property.
in the wrong place on the river. I don't know what to do about it. It's pretty hard to maintain where it's at. It's right on that bend.
I know.
Have we considered relocating?
That was part of that first phase in trying to look at what available property was there, as well as the ability to purchase property. And everything came back where this was the best location. There wasn't available property. And a piece of property that was marginally available would not have been within the city's jurisdiction.
Well, this is the most successful location because it's down flat. So from that respect, I fully support it, but as far as the river itself, I don't know.
That's why a consultant is going to be designing this, the hydraulics and the engineering to have it last is complex. But you are correct, having that shallow slope, this will be a site that will have some good accessibility. And that's important.
Is there consideration in the ultimate design of the boat ramp to do something like what we saw yesterday, where there's, because this is a busy area for whitewater and raptors as well, to kind of create zones on the ramp for actual active loading and unloading into the water versus queuing and staging your equipment?
There is some, they're also looking at kind of having this sloping wall with different anchor points so people can stage at a wall with a sloped transition to help with accessibility. So if you're familiar with swimming pools, how they have a sloped thing, it will be kind of a similar thing to help with some accessibility of being able to get in and out of rafts, but also provide staging and queuing area for rafts along the wall that are either waiting to maneuver to get out. A lot of the guides come in with several rafts at a time. And so they need that kind of staging queuing area to have that access.
At one point in time, we were talking, or you were discussing exempting the indigenous people from having to pay the fees there. What happened to that? Do you recall that? It was years ago.
So,
On it, maybe Janine does.
yeah, so Oregon's federally recognized tribal governments are exempt from having waterway access permits.
Oh.
They also, they're engaged within their usual and accustomed practices, are also exempt from the motorized component piece. There are some, I don't want to speak for Fish and Wildlife on how they work with tribes for hunting and fishing and any of those things. I don't know enough about it, but our processes do allow them.
Yeah, our position has always been when tribes are doing usual and accustomed, that's not recreational boating. So we're recreational boating, so we don't have authority over usual and custom boating activities.
This indicates that the city charges $5 launch fee, $10 parking fee, and $10 day use fee. And the folks do not have to pay those fees.
I do not know if the city applies that or not to them. I haven't heard of any complaints if that was being charged to them.
Well, as I remember in my memory, this thing, yeah, it was a big issue years ago. So I don't know whatever happened to it.
It hasn't come up in any discussions I've had with Better Traps of Warm Springs or with the city that is an issue at this location.
I know we had issues like in the Dalles area that are, you know, close, but I don't recall any right at Monmouth.
No.
Well, this is a heavily used area. It's a very important facility for not only that community, but for the Boeing boat. So I fully support the project. I'm just concerned it be designed properly because of its location.
Okay, great. Any other questions or comments on this project? Motion?
Make a motion for approved facility grant 1754 as recommended by staff.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve grant 1764. All those in favor signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
4 ayes. And on to the next one.
Right, and I do see Philip Milburn on. I don't know if Laura Haslett or anyone from KRRC is also on. So the first grant is Moonshine Falls. Proposal to create some ADA accessible parking as part of that development. In talking to KRRC, they did offer to reduce some of the cost. And any questions on this?
I guess I had a question. Where I was reading this, that one of the sites was removed because of the funding available, but then it seemed like both sites were getting funded. Can you just dive into that a little bit more?
Yeah, so if there was some confusion, I apologize. The Moonshine Falls was kind of right on that edge. This was one that almost was not going to be funded. Talking to KRC, they said they can make this work with half of the amount of money that was identified. So staff modified the request. So it will create the accessible parking at this location, not just have gravel. So it is being recommended, but with reduced funding from us. Any other questions?
Yeah. When we were doing our grants, was it last fall, I think, and we did the first round of the Moonshine grant, another grant. You know, we asked for like, at some point, can we get a full vision of what people are thinking about out there? And is this another piece of a puzzle, or is this?
This is the final piece.
Okay.
This is the final piece. So within the Klamath update, I identified that this project will have the pole slide, will have the gravel parking, the vault toilet, the accessible parking, and that's what it is going to be until after time where the river and the use have kind of normalized.
Okay.
Then at that point, either Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife or the Bureau of Land Management, they will then decide, okay, we need to now do this next set of upgrades or additional amenities. But right now, with the newness of it, it is unknown. So the site will have the slide, a toilet, parking, an accessible parking route. I think they're probably putting out a couple picnic tables maybe, but this is it. And it'll be the same thing for the next grant, where this will be the last one until after things have gone on in time and use has normalized.
Great.
Can I ask Philip a question? Philip, this is Steve with Marine Board, a board member. these sites both say that they will be open by August 1st. They're anticipated to open by August 1st. My understanding is that you're negotiating a deal with the BLM to maintain and operate these sites. Where are we at in that negotiation process? And will they be on board to start maintaining these on August 1st when they open?
So yeah, thanks for the question. So BLM the BLM vision is more long-term. These lands are still owned by KRRC, and until they come to the state of Oregon, we wouldn't then be able to execute an agreement with BLM for the management. But because these sites have several hundred other acres of land that we're going to incorporate under the Klamath Wildlife Area Management umbrella, we're going to manage them in the interim in that way with ODFW staff as KRRC staff demobilizes from the area. And then once the land transfers are complete, then the goal at this point is to have BLM take over operation of those. But that's a little bit further down the road. But to get at the heart of your question is there will be management in between all of those steps.
So ODFW has the capacity to manage them and maintain them. Is there, the materials that were presented to us stated that the transfer from KRRC to or Department of Fish and Wildlife will occur on August 1st as well? Is that going to be, it's not going to be August 1st, that's farther down the line, that transfer? I'm assuming there's some sort of an MOU, a written document describing this transfer and that it will occur, not may occur.
Yes, the transfer is really set kind of in stone. The property transfer agreements have all been negotiated. All the pieces are in place. The only thing we're waiting on is for the timing to be right for when the restoration work is done, for the larger dam removal project, for the restoration work to be done, and KRC's obligations to largely be met, and FERC oversight to kind of ramp down. At that point, the properties would come to ODFW, but we are negotiating with KRC a specific management agreement for the interim management of these sites, if that makes sense. You know, we have the two boating sites in a larger land transfer piece.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess what I'm trying to get at, and it sounds like you're touching on it, but I'll just ask you bluntly, is there any, sounds like it looked like you were still talking. Maybe I'll stop. Did you have something else to say?
No.
Okay, there's a little bit of delay. Okay. Is there the possibility that the board will vote today to fund money to go towards development of these sites, and this agreement between KRC and ODFW could fall apart, and by default we're funding a development on a private lands? Or is it in writing and executed already?
I feel like it's very solid. This is rooted in the Klamath Hydro Settlement Agreement that brought together all of dam removal. For that path to be changed would be an astronomical shift. You know, I just don't see that there's risk there at all. Like I say, it's just when various people's roles wind down, then we'll step in with the other, with the next steps on this. And I could provide all that documentation. Like I say, Department of Justice has these transfer agreements all negotiated in principle. We're just waiting for the timing to be right.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't need copies of those. I wanted to ask the question for my own context, and at the end of the day, Janine feels good and confident about it. I trust Janine's judgment on this.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how many different processes would have to go through to change that, considering how many years it took to come to this agreement.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions or comments related to this project?
In Shine Falls, it says site attribute, there's a boat slide. Is that down the side of the hill or what?
Yeah, so when we were out on site, let's see, I think there's a photo. Yeah, so on the front page of that staff report, that upper photo where you kind of see the bridge in the corner, the slide is essentially going in around there.
Okay. So that's a dirt slide or?
No, it's actually a constructed slide with metal and HDP. So if you've ever seen a boat slide or a drift boat slide, it has a rail system where the boats are lowered down. And then it has stairs or slope terrain for people to transition down into it.
Great.
Any other questions or comments? So I move that we approve facility grant 1755 as described in the board book.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of approving facility grant 1755 as described in the board book, signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we have 4 ayes, and we'll just move right into 1756.
Yep. So this one is for Pioneer Park West. It's essentially the same application that was for Moonshine Falls. It's accessible parking. And this will have motorized use as well as non-motorized use. We anticipate some drift boats with motors that are also going to be using this. Philip, do you have anything you want to add on to this one?
No, it's, as you say, largely the same. I will just say appreciate considering both of these and helping get people reconnected to this project on the Klamath River. We're seeing a lot of interest, and as you heard earlier from Janine, there's a lot of pieces in play there, but I think we're going to have some pretty good projects and some pretty good access here in the near future as some of those pieces get worked out.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I move that we approve facility grant 1756 as defined in the board book.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve 1759. All those in favor? Aye.
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 All right, we have 4 ayes. And on to the next one.
So this is 1757. It is also with Oregon Fish and Wildlife, but it's at Coyote Creek, and I think David Spaten is on.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. So this is a project we have talked to the board with over a couple years. It is establishing a significantly improved non-motorized access. A accessibility consultant was hired and worked throughout this to review and look for ways to remove barriers to access. We're excited about this one. And David, do you want to add anything?
Oh, I could probably talk about it for quite a long time, but I'll try and be brief. We're probably in year 5 of the planning process for developing this, and we've been through a lot of steps already, going through an archaeology survey, wetland delineation, just the permitting process. Just a geotechnical analysis occurred this last week. Like Janine had mentioned, an accessibility review. So we're really pretty far along in this process. We're hoping to receive all the permits, hopefully within the next couple of months. And so this construction funding will really be that final step. This land has been under ODFW management for probably 80 years. This particular site has been managed as a day use area. We historically had just a staff constructed wooden launch facility that just became too dangerous, had to be removed back in 2020. So this is an opportunity for us to kind of make something bigger, better, serve the community, and kind of plan for the future.
Are there any questions?
It looks like a really great location. Any questions? No questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion that the board approves facility grant 1758 as identified in the board book.
I think this is 57. Great,
Say again.
57.
Read that one.
57, not 58.
Oh, I'm jumping ahead. I make a motion that the board approve 1757 as defined in by staff and the board.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of approving facility grant 1757 is defined in the board book, signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right.
All right, 4 ayes.
Thank you all.
Hey,
Thank you.
before we go to the next one, Dax, you mentioned that you have to leave in a few minutes.
I do.
Okay, stick around for one more.
Yep.
All right.
Right. The next one is Turner Day Park. It's on Willow Creek Reservoir. Katie, are you still on? Okay. So this is a reservoir near Hefner. It is heavily used. The docks are very old. As you can see in the photos, the deck boards are not running in a traditional way. These docks have been loved and heavily used. The Park District is proposing to replace those docks. Any questions?
It looks scary.
No, like I said earlier, I would imagine you guys are in conversations with a lot of providers over docks right now.
Yes.
Yeah, I must say they look like they're 37 years old.
Any other questions or comments on 1758? So I move that we approve facility grant 1758 as defined in the board book.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on.
Okay. So the next one is 1759. This is Eagle Landing located on the Tualatin River. And I see Carl is on. To say the least, this is a challenging site in between two homes. It's skinny, it's narrow. In discussions with Carl, we really wanted to push our standard for barrier removal and accessibility. And they have gone out of their way of looking at creative ways. We can't quite hit our targeted slope that would have put the gangway and the walking system essentially into the roadway. We don't want people staging in a public street. So they have gone and found ways to reduce it down to about 10% slope at the worst water conditions. This is to get the final permitting in place for them to come back at a future round for construction. Carl, do you have anything you want to add?
Thank you, Jeannie. That was thank you for your help on this, and thank you, board, for inviting me to participate today. This is a project that we've been working on for many years. The Tualatin River is the only river in Washington County, and it's a many jurisdictions touch this river, and there's been a real renewal in enthusiasm for providing public access to this river, especially since it's been designated as a national water trail. So upstream from the city of Hillsborough all the way to the Willamette River, there is improvements happening, and this is one of them. It's a challenging site, as Janine referenced, but there is not very many public access points. So we're trying to make the project fit as best we can. And I think that in your packet, I can share if I can share my screen, I can pull up some images and stuff. But if you already have that material in your packets, I can just speak to it. That that this is one of the pearls in the neck, in the pearl necklace that is the Tualatin River. And so this project will be sub 10%, which is the best we could do given the site constraints, but it will be otherwise a fully accessible site with some amenities that you don't find in other places on the Tualatin River, including transfer stations and kayak spaces to allow for folks with different abilities to be able to get in and out of kayaks in a safe way. It is a natural takeout point from a metro facility about 5 river miles upstream. Without this facility, the next developed takeout spot is about 25 river miles away. So this is a really important destination for people to get in and out. And as you saw in the photographs in your packet, right now it is a pretty steep, muddy embankment. And so this will be a sort of a once in a generation improvement to the Tualatin River Water Trail. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but that's sort of the high level picture on this.
So looking at the book here, it says the original budget was $1,300,000. And we've reduced this down to $240,000. How can that be the same scope?
It is definitely not the same scope. The original proposal was for full permitting and construction. After talking with Janine, we tried to figure out a way that we could continue to move this project forward. So what this new proposal is inclusive of is getting full construction documents and getting the permits completed and in hand. That includes all federal and local permits, so that this project is 100% shovel ready. And so at the next opportunity for an OSMB grant, we'll be able to come with a fully shovel ready project for your consideration.
So the board needs to understand that when they approve that this is only the start.
Right.
That there'll be a future requirement. You've already expended funds, so they're somewhat committed to go through with this project in the end.
So I would say this isn't a cold start. We are at almost 90% design now. We have the Army Corps of Engineers and state permits about ready to be submitted. So we're pretty far along on this. This will just allow us to complete the planning and permitting piece of this so that it's fully shovel ready, but it is not the start of the design process.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, building on that kind of thought trend, are there other sources of funding potentially for the actual build?
Where we are providing the significant match that you saw in the proposal, Washington County Board of Commissioners has given us permission to use our Metro local share, which is a regional funding source, use our local share, a substantial part of our local share as the preponderance of funding for this project. There are other funding sources. However, we have 2 other major capital projects that are happening at a different site that we are prioritizing our applications for state parks grant funding for. So we're hoping that because this is sort of neatly fits into the Oregon State Marine Board's sort of funding strategy, that between our Metro funding and the Oregon State Marine Board, that will be able to accomplish this project.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve facility grant 1759 as presented in the board book.
A second. We have a motion and a second to approve facility grant 1759 as described in the board book. All those in favor signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. We have 4 ayes. And again, watching the clock, Dax, can you stick around for a while or do you need to run?
I'm sorry, I've got to get going, guys.
All right, thanks for coming out today, and we'll see you in Bend on October 29th for some tours and for a meeting on the 30th.
I'll be there. And
Right.
I'll also be at the jet boat training in Gold Beach if anybody else is going to be down there.
Great, thanks, Dax.
All right, take care, everyone. Thank you.
And thank you. Asking a question of our board, we've got, what, 8 more to go? 4 more to go. All right. And then we've got a couple more quick items on the agenda. Do we want to take a break or do we want to charge? Charge, all right.
All right, the next application is 1763 with the city of Warrenton. I think Jessica's still on the line. This is another dock replacement. So when the board met up in Astoria, right after that meeting, I had mentioned that I was going to go look at these docks because they were falling apart. Nothing has changed. They are still falling apart. These are old docks that are subjected to harsh conditions, and the city would like to replace the centerline docks. Jessica, do you want to add anything?
Star 6.
I think you did a great job. My name's Jessica. I'm the harbor master for both the Warrenton and the Hammond Marinas. And yeah, the Warrenton and Hammond Marinas are both in pretty rough shape. The Hammond Marina is the closest marina to the Columbia, or I mean to the Pacific Ocean on the Columbia. And we are the hub kind of for Buoy 10. That's our big fishery. We welcome thousands of boaters every day on the weekends, especially. And we definitely are in dire need to replace this. It's 28 years old. And it's rotten, and there's nothing really that our maintenance staff can do at this point. We're constantly reconnecting it, but there's really nothing there to connect to at this point.
So Janine, when you say the centerline docks, just looking at this image that's on the left underneath, is it just the main thoroughfare, the main walkway, or finger docks?
Yeah, so there are 3 sets of docks. There's 2 side docks that connect into the marina, and then there's one that goes down the middle to serve both sides of the ramp. We originally were looking at all 3, but we're having some other discussions about possibly some reconfiguration of things. The center line ones are the ones we're proposing to replace because it's the most straightforward one that doesn't have as many challenges associated with piling, connection to marina docks, and matching ratios of things associated with it.
Oh, I see it now. So it's the one that goes, the little blue dot that goes right down the middle.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
So there's other facilities in the area that are basically in the same condition right now. So they're all gonna be funded for similar scopes of work. We decided this is the worst one, or?
This one is really bad, Craig.
I can see that, but I don't think the one named after Director Warren's any better.
No. This will be a biennium. The board will see numerous dock projects and some paving projects, not as many ramps. This is aging infrastructure. We're looking at docks that are 30, 40 years old that have been band-aided together to keep functional, and it's at the point now where things are just falling apart. They can't continue to repair them. They need to be replaced. But no, I'm sure Jessica would tell you that if we had a few $1 million, they could definitely use them.
Yeah, we are working. We just finished a small Hammond redesign to kind of start the process. I wouldn't say it was even a redesign, it was more of a feasibility study. And then next year, we are starting an urban renewal district for the city in that area. So we will have some money to go into that marina. I anticipate some really big, exciting projects coming up for the Hammond Marina. We're looking at like a recreational fishing pier to increase some access for non-boaters. We're looking to better traffic flow, better layout, better fish cleaning stations, restrooms, enhanced camping area, and all that is in the works. And hopefully you'll see some more projects to come because we do have some docks that are around 80 to 90 years old in some areas.
So we just improved the project in Astoria. I wonder if there's any potential for cost savings if we combine these into one larger.
That's a little challenging just because each entity has their own procurement process and things they have to go through. But from a fabricator's point, if they can be coordinated where they're being bid out at approximately the same time, it could have some benefits.
I was thinking something along that similar question is there some way to aggregate some of these projects into a larger purchase of materials and construction supplies? Any other questions or comments? So we're back to just three of us. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve facility grant 1763 as presented in the board book.
A second?
I second, or you second.
All right, we have a motion, a second and a third. All those in favor of approving facility grant 1763 as defined in the board book, signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Janine, State Parks is wondering if there was a reason you skipped 1761.
Oh my gosh. No,
I was wondering too, but I was glad Scott asked the question.
no, other than I'm wondering if it didn't. So we,
In 1760, you had a star on it, on something, but never saw that come through on anything. That Columbia Slough Watershed Council?
that one was not being brought, that was taken into a small grant because we had two different applications.
Okay.
Okay, so we can take 1761, that is with state parks, it's Lucky it's state recreation area. We have previously funded kind of that feasibility, that entry level of design. It is a challenging location. And we're at the point now where the design needs to be further refined. It's steep banks, some poor soil qualities, but the Lucky area is heavily used. It is a nice midpoint between the juncture with the Santiam and the Willamette, kind of midpoint between Buena Vista and Santiam rest area. It has a boat and camping area. It's one of the few in that area. This is really to advance that design into the next level to get the permitting and everything going. So Scott, I apologize if you are online.
Yeah, somehow it disappeared in the most recent edition of the board book. It's not in there.
Okay, but staff is recommending funding on it. So any questions?
Much.
It is not in your stuff?
And then on my screen, I have the board book that Jennifer sent out Monday or Tuesday, and there is no 1761 file.
It's $101,000. The staff was recommending $101,600 or $101,676 to match $35,000
From Park Service.
from state parks. Yes. So
We've expended funds on this project in the past.
Yeah.
So we're kind of back to, remember with these, we're
yeah,
kind of committed moving forward. I don't want to waste that money. So I would, not knowing all the details, but knowing that much, I would want to move forward with it. Since I can't make a motion to reference the board book, can you draft up a quick little motion?
Yeah.
Is it,
With the money?
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
In previous issues of the board book, was it in there?
I'm
And then in modifying it recently, it somehow got disappeared.
looking right now.
So the recommendation would be for the board to approve grant 1761 in the amount of $101,676.
I second.
Can I make a motion to, for the board to approve just the recommended?
Pass it over to him. Just let him read it.
I think you wrote it down.
Yeah.
17.
I have to get a roofer recommendation. All right, keep it simple. Make a motion to approve facility grant 1761 in the amount of $101,676.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Grant 1761, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, it passes. Moving on.
To grant application 1760 or 64. Brett, are you still on? I saw you unmute, but I didn't hear you. Still not hearing you, Brett. So this is for the Howard Buford Recreation Area. This is a grant that is in front of the board. We have spent previous money there to do some technical analysis. And through that process, we realized the location we originally identified would not meet the criteria that is our goal for accessibility. So we found another location, and I'm kind of excited about this consultant design. It's very innovative, and the county wants to move forward in getting the engineering finalized and permits submitted. Brett, were you able to?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
right. Yeah, I just had to log in again. I apologize. I'll just make it brief because I'm sure you guys are hungry for lunch. Yeah, so this project is for the engineering design and permitting required for construction. The construction is going to be in the floodway of the Willamette River. And so this project is over at Howard Buford Park in Eugene. It provides safe access to the Coast Fork of the Willamette River. And specifically, we're looking at adding an ADA accessible pathway from the main parking lot, that's the Arboretum lot, along with an adaptive paddle launch platform. And there will also be an unloading zone with 2 accessible parking spaces there at the trailhead. So there's a real need for this because there's limited access to the river within the park. A few years ago, a makeshift access area was created and it's in a poor location there on the bridge, on the CD Bridge. And that created a situation where the public was crossing in a dangerous area in a 3-way intersection. So we found a more suitable location there at the Arboretum parking lot. And for full disclosure, we previously received funding from the Marine Board for feasibility and engineering design. However, we decided to slightly change the location of the trailhead. I think we moved it about 25, 30 feet to the north. And that reason is to increase the accessibility and also find a better launch site. So this change has really necessitated the need for additional engineering for us to reapply. We need to reapply for the permits required to make this project happen and construction ready. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. I greatly appreciate this opportunity to move forward with your assistance and welcome any questions you may have for me.
So it looks like this is another one of those deferred stages of the project to future. And it looks like the construction is being removed from this aspect. And so this is just the engineering and
And study. Yeah, the county had previously submitted permits, but then through the
the application of where this needed to go. Those were held. It was, the other place would have sort of worked, but in many ways it would have just gotten folks to be able to see the water versus actually getting into it in an accessible way. This location is meeting that.
And that's listening to what Brett mentioned, it seems like they went through a really good process to figure out how to make that happen, which I really support. Okay. So any other questions, comments? So I move that we approve facility grant 1764 as defined in the board book. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving facility grant 1764, signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
See you later.
Corey, are you still on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. So this is an application for Carnahan Park, which is on Cullowhee Lake. It's in an arm of Cullowhee that's heavily used by paddlers. The dock is at a point where the county was debating on whether or not they should remove or close it because it's in really poor condition. The way permitting works, if you do that, it's as if you are starting with no structure having been previously there, and it makes the permit process much more effective. This is essentially to get the wetlands delineated and the archaeological component completed to help inform design decisions for a future non-motorized access site. Corey, do you have anything you want to add?
Well, you did a great job summarizing it. Basically, the north end of Cullowhee Lake is a no-wake section of the lake, and it's heavily utilized by flatwater paddlers, particularly kayakers. It's at a great location. It's just a mile and a half from the ocean, just off of Highway 101 between Warrenton and Seaside. So it gets quite a bit of traffic, especially during the summertime. And it's also adjacent to a small housing development. So it pretty much functions as like a neighborhood park. So we have folks that use the boarding float, which is more than 40 years old now. And the original structure is based on just peeled raw logs that the stringers are attached to. So folks use it for angling, for swimming during the summer, and also launching kayaks and stand-up paddle boards. So there's been strong interest over the years in developing a permanent restroom facility on site, in addition to replacing the boarding float. And the existing gangway is very steep and it's not handicap accessible. So those are the three kind of priorities we have for that site. But as Janine stated, depending upon what the wetlands delineation and archaeological survey come back with, it's going to inform the scope of the redevelopment. So we're just in the very beginning stages of this, but it's something that's been on our radar for a very long time, since 1989 at least. And also it's appeared in the Oregon State Marine Board, the 6-year plan, for at least 25 years. So do you folks have any questions for me?
Seeing none, do I hear a motion?
Make a motion that the board approve facility grant 1767 as defined in the board book.
A second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And thank you for sticking around today.
Yep.
Right, the last one.
All right. So, Dan?
Well, hi, folks. Glad to be here. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So grant 1768 is to fix
pavement at Lee Charles Landing. This site is heavily used by anglers, crabbers, shellfishers, or going out to some of the sand areas. And this parking area needs to get fixed. Dan, do you want to add anything?
Sure, yeah, thanks for that. You know what, I'm new to the state. I've only been here for a little over a year, and in my position about the same amount of time. You know, with the Tillamook County Parks, we're responsible for about 21 boat launches throughout the county, so it's a big part of what we do. And you know, when you look at the bottom line across the board, we're not making money on any of this, and so we know it's a big service for the people that come to the coast, whether it's the locals or the tourists. When we look at all the facilities that we have, Netarts is the busiest one, and it's got. I think the cool thing about it is that what's happening here, not only with this grant application, but in a broader sense, is that Netarts is really glomming onto this area as a not so much as a boat launch, but as a park. We're working hand in hand with a beautification committee to improve what it looks like. We've got some new signage coming in. And you know, when I came on, of course, I came from South Dakota, so we don't even have a Marine board. But I heard about what you folks do. I contacted Janine, and I had met her out on site this last December. And it was with her direction that we moved forward with writing a grant, because I know that we've got a lot of deferred maintenance across the board on many of our facilities. And so we contacted our grant writer, and we submitted an application for the paving portion of this. I know that when we talked before on site, that eventually we're going to look at the dock as well as the facility in general, because frankly, it's kind of a mess and it needs a lot of work. But we also know that that's a 10 to 15-year plan, perhaps. But we're really excited about this, and we think that we've got a lot of support from the local community. In fact, we know we do. And you know what? We just want to make it the best possible. It's right now I think that when I was here and listened to the presentation by Depot Bay, I would say ours is in probably about the same condition based on what was said, even though I've never been to Depot Bay, but you know, the same concerns. And so we think this is a good first step for making this facility even better. And we're glad that we've gotten this far in the application process.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments on this project?
I would just say you gotta get your way down to Depot Bay if you've never been to Depot Bay. Tell them, pretty fun place.
It's on my list to do, believe me.
All right, great. You want to make your last official motion?
All right, I'll make a motion that the board approve facility grant 1768 in the amount of $100,000 as provided in the board.
I'll let you second.
I second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving facility grant 1768 as defined in the board book, signify with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Folks, thank you so much. I can't wait to tell people. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye now.
Thank you, board, for having this marathon session. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to step away from the table and let you do item F.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes.
Before you put that away? So docks and pavement, pretty big theme today, right? A lot of these facilities all built in the 70s, you know, their lives are all ending at the same time. And we done any kind of outreach? Is there any kind of a formal needs assessment with providers at all levels across the state to see what's the status of your voting facility sites? What do you see coming down the pipe in the next 5 to 10 years? So we can kind of gather a statewide inventory and know what our priorities might be on that.
I mean, I think that, and couple that with making those connections.
Yeah.
So that people can think about, you know, why don't the three of us apply this year for a similar timeline, and we can maybe get some savings on, you know, getting a contractor who's going to mobilize in my city, the next city down the line, and the next city down the line. And applications and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so we have a 6-year plan. We captured that information. It came back with about $780 million in outstanding VAT. And that was essentially about a year and a half ago. I think that we're probably looking at about $1 billion of needs if I was to look at how much costs have gone up as well as new things have identified. And that's just in a 6-year period of time. One of the things we're doing with this data is looking at it and trying to be a little more proactive. Where it's like, okay, here's all the sites that have docks that are 30 years and older. This specifically target them. We also, as staff, we generally will see between 300 and 500 sites a year. And when we do, we reach out to owners and talk to them about, hey, we saw these conditions. Have you thought about this? We send emails out. Part of our process now, when we have new facility owners, is to let them have a chance to breathe for about 6 to 9 months. And then we reach out and say, hey, we want to introduce ourselves. We have a longstanding partnership with you. Here's a list of things where we've provided grant funding in the past. If you'd like to talk about some things, please let us know and we'll come your way. And that's kind of what we did with Dan, is to not overwhelm him, but yet to introduce and make sure that people know we're available. With federal agencies right now, it's a little bit chaotic. I'm seeing multiple people being into roles, so trying to maintain those connections are more challenging. But it is one of those things we're trying to do, this more proactive approach. With the docks, we have been working for over a year, trying to get through a state process to put docks on price agreement to make it a lot easier for people to be able to order them and shorten that timeline, as well as if there is an emergency and a dock is destroyed, here's a quick way to order one. So that's also going to help with costs because we'll be able to narrow it down and know more specifically what things are. So we're trying to work some ways to streamline some things. One of the other pieces with docks, because they are expensive, is we're actually looking at something that North Carolina did, where they're no longer providing bumpers on docks. The whales are bright yellow, so people are instantly triggered to, hey, if you're yellow, here's caution. To slow down on how they are launching or retreating or even docking, because boarding docks are not a braking system for boats. So I'm looking at doing some of these trade-offs. We're hoping we're going to have some cost saving as well as some extended or reduced maintenance associated with those. So we're trying to look at designs, combination with statewide contracting to reduce cost. And then with the 6-year plan, trying to look at things in a proactive way so we don't have docks that are in such dire straits that they're potentially closed or limited access.
I think that getting docks on the statewide procurement system, like our state contract, that's going to be huge. That would be big.
You're never going to have enough money to do everything that needs to be done. The system they have to prioritize these by a point assignment is probably the best way to approach it. And, you know, this is not just in the Oregon boating community, this is across the entire nation. I've dealt with this a long time, and there's no way you're gonna have enough money to do everything. You're just gonna have to find a way to prioritize it and take care of the highest priority thing that you can.
Yeah, I hear you. I guess that was kind of the root of my question was, if we know we have a big slug of existing facilities that are going back to what Chair Jackson said earlier, you know, cost more to rebuild something than to maintain it. If we're getting into that position statewide with these facilities, is it time to start looking at exploring, prioritizing, renovating what we have versus building new, trade-off, just a future discussion.
The challenge is you have so many entities involved, just like we talked about, Doc's Astoria. You have different organizations, all these facilities are in the same condition. But since you're dealing with so many entities, you can't do them all at one time, which would be the largest way to save money out there.
Thank you again.
I appreciate your stamina through this.
Apparently, member Withy didn't get word that former members leave very large endowments on their way out.
No, I didn't get that.
Okay, next item. This is really awkward since there's only two.
I'll add a staff perspective for you to help ease it up. We love you all equally. We have no preference on how you handle your assignments. I guess I would point out, while it might be a bit absurd, that your two new board members would also be eligible for these seats, but I think, having new members.
That's a game about he who's not in the room.
Yeah, right.
Wait, decisions are usually made.
So, with that said, yeah, we usually, the staff, just sit back and let you all have this discussion on who you want your chair and vice chair.
So I don't think I should be a player in this at all. But I proposed a while back that we rotate chairmanship. And I understand that's what they used to do in the board. And maybe that's the easiest way to work through this. The two of you sit down, and I think you probably both are interested. The two of you sit down and work it out between you.
I'll make this super simple. If Chair Jackson is interested in continuing to be the chair, then I'm fine with that.
And you get to be vice.
Yeah, that totally works for me.
All right. Do we need a motion and a vote, or can we just say it? All right, Craig, make a motion.
I make a motion that we nominate Laura Jackson to be the chair.
And
what?
he's vice.
And the vice chair?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Steve, be the vice chair. Stephen Lamb.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to nominate Laura Jackson as chair and Steve Lambert as vice chair for the upcoming year. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, the last one is the discussion of board item, timeline items. One thing we talked about at the last board meeting when it was announced that we have our two new board members identified.
Yes.
Was that somewhere there we're gonna have a, I don't know what you want to call it, board orientation or something.
Yeah.
That was also going to bring Steve and Dax and me up to speed on some of the new rules about communications and
Yeah,
all of that sort of stuff. And I don't see that on the list here.
that's a good call. How does it sound, since I think our meeting is in January is in Salem? If we do maybe the afternoon before, anybody that wants to come in for a board tour, we do a tour.
Okay.
And then we can cover, I did get DOJ, I'm not allowed to share their slides exactly on the serial communication, but I've got enough that I can now educate you as much as I'm educated on the subject. And I think it'd be a really good discussion with some new members on it.
Okay, so we're going to put that into January.
Yes, I think that'd be great.
I just mentioned that a couple weeks ago. They had a training on this.
Yeah.
Statewide training, and I logged in, I
Yeah.
signed up for that, and I could not get onto the Zoom call. I tried a million different ways and it wouldn't let me on, so.
That's the first rule of serial communication.
Yeah,
You don't
don't eat.
Don't eat.
I'll try again. I think there's another one coming up.
We do have one ask for staff. As staff, we'd like to move the voting safety informational update to January. We believe we'll be better prepared with data. You all have appreciated the data Brian provides. And by October, we'd still have a lot of data in flux. If you let us wait till January, we'll have
I think that's fine.
more information.
Isn't that usually when you do it, January?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Cool.
Other than that, the next meeting is on Wednesday and Thursday in Bend. If you're someone who plans your life pretty detailed, I would expect the tour would be probably about like this one, where we'll start somewhere in Bend about 1 o'clock and then have a dinner and then a meeting the next day. So if you're planning, depending on how you
29th and 30th.
29th, depending on how you travel, you may need to go the 28th, but if you can get up early and make it Bend by 1 o'clock, you're probably gonna be okay.
Okay. Any other things? All right, we are adjourned.